All right. Well, we're going to move on to our delegations. Do I have Robin Hooper here?
No, you don't yet.
I do not. So I think maybe
we have Laura online.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to have Laura. So we've got Laura from the Shuswap Invasive Species Council, and welcome, Laura. Here we go.
All right, thank you so much.
One second, Laura, 1 second. We're just gonna try to raise the volume here.
That's good.
I know, and it might be on your end though, because I have everything up.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Pretty quiet.
Let's try with the headphones out.
Okay.
Now,
Oh, try one more time.
how about now? Can you hear me there, Captain?
Yeah.
That's a little better. Yeah.
Oh, great, good. I just took out my headphones there.
And would you like to share your screen, Laura, or do you want me to do the slides?
I'll let you do the slides.
Okay.
One less thing to manage and keep it extra smooth today. Wonderful. There we go. All right, shall I begin?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for having me here today. My name is Laura Gaster and I'm the Acting Executive Director of CSIS. And firstly, I'd like to acknowledge that CSIS operates on the unceded territories of the Snakes, the Secwépemc, the Syilx, and the Ktunaxa. Our Executive Director, Robin Hooper, gave a council delegation to the district in fall of 2023. So many of you may be familiar with CSIS already today, but I'd like to give a brief overview of our organization, what we
Laura,
do.
could I interrupt for a second? We need to get the volume a little bit better. We can't, I can't hear it in the gallery, so I'm sure people online aren't hearing very well. So we might need to get you to speak up, Laura, or Bianca, if you can turn.
Pretty much got everything.
Frank?
Great.
Okay. Maybe speak closer to the mic.
Sure,
Yeah.
I've got my volume on loud here. So let's see if I speak up, how is that?
Sure.
Yep, better. Be as loud as you can.
All right, sounds good. So today I'm just going to touch base on our organization, the work we do, particularly as it pertains to aquatic invasive species, and more information as it relates to our recent funding request and specifically the District of Sicamous. You can stay on that slide there, Captain. Our 3 draft strategic directions for the next 5 years are to collaborate, coordinate, and engage a network of regional partners in invasive species programs, to take action on invasive species regionally, and to operate a sustainable organization. Next slide, please. Wonderful. This is our small and mighty team. Myself, Jess, Nolan, and Marley, we're the core staff of CSIS. I've been with CSIS for 10 years, and previously, before taking on the acting executive director role, I was the field ops manager for CSIS. And our fearless leader, Robin Hooper, in the bottom right corner, she just stepped away for parental leave, so we're really excited for her. We also have a wonderful board, very diverse, coming from backgrounds including local government, forestry, agriculture, First Nations, and many other backgrounds. And recently, Rob Dayringer, he's an engineering technician with the District of Sicamous, joined our board. Next slide, please. Thank you. The CSRD region is the area of our work from just east of Chase to west of Field, BC, and we include the municipalities of Sicamous, Salmon Arm, Revelstoke, and Golden. Next slide. And we collaborate with other regional invasive species groups around the province that you can see here, and you can find all of these listed on our website. Next slide. Our outreach program, prevention is the #1 management strategy, and education outreach is how we create a prevention network. Prevention is the cheapest option and the only long-term solution. To do this, we have several behavior change programs listed above. One that you may be familiar with is the Clean Drain Dry program, which is focused on watercraft, fishing, and other aquatic groups. These programs are used locally, but also provincially, nationally, and even internationally. For our terrestrial outreach program in Sicamous, our staff have outreach booths at farmers markets, school presentations, target presentations to community groups. And for example, our staff will be providing information at the seed swap this Saturday, March 1st. Next slide. For aquatic outreach in Sicamous specifically, we set up an outreach booth at the Finlayson dock, which is closed this year. So we may need to move it to the Main Street dock. I'll chat with district staff about that one. But our aim is to present on busy Fridays and Saturdays and have a booth, chat to boaters about zebra quagga mussels and other aquatic invasive species, focus on the Clean Drain Dry messaging, and to speak about the importance of stopping at boater inspection stations before entering the province of BC. We also give away swag, floating keychains, chamois, stickers to kids, etc. And we do speak with thousands of boaters and residents annually. Also in Sicamous, we complete outreach at all of our marinas. This can include staff training on zebra and quagga mussels, so marina staff can be aware of that information and pass it on to their clients. And we also presented to staff at the Sicamous Visitor Outreach Center and provided brochures to them, so their staff can pass that information along to visitors. And in addition to that, we provided a new Clean Drain Dry sign at the visitor center. So hopefully when visitors come in, it's the first thing they see before they chat to visitor staff. And we also install metal Clean Drain Dry signs at all of the boat launches in and around the Shuswap, including Sicamous. Next slide, please. For our terrestrial field program, we work with local land managers on projects. Specifically in Sicamous, we're working on the Rail Trail Invasive Plant Management Project. That's with the CSRD, RDNO, and the Splatcheen. And our operational program includes elements of outreach as well. We visit landowners, respond to invasive plant reports, receive requests for information, and deliver landowner outreach letters. And as an example for other municipalities, we complete fee-for-service work. In the City of Salmon Arm, our fee-for-service work includes managing invasive plants on municipal property, the inventory, treatment, and monitoring. And for City of Revelstoke, they provide grant and aid to support invasive species management. And the Town of Golden has a weed coordinator who we train and support through the year. Next slide. For our aquatic field program, our water sampling is focused on early detection of zebra quagga mussels. We use a 64 micron plankton tow net to take water samples, which is sent to a provincial lab to determine the presence absence of zebra quagga mussel veligers. The sites in Sicamous that we have previously sampled at include Swansea Point, Sicamous Narrows, and Old Town Bay. We also install substrate samplers at docks, which are lowered into the water column and brought up for inspection each visit to determine if any adult zebra quagga mussels are attaching to the substrate at lower depths. And proud to say that no zebra quagga mussels were found in the province of BC in 2024. Now we do apply for funding annually through the Habitat Conservation Trust Foundation, and we're waiting to hear back if our application was successful. And we applied to sample bi-weekly at Swansea Point, Sicamous Narrows, and Old Town Bay between the times of June to October. And as a side note, I believe she's online today. We were fortunate to have Campton out to our sampling day in Sicamous last year to provide some insight and to create news and social media stories about the importance of zebra quagga mussels. So hopefully we can arrange something similar to that in 2025. And we're always encouraging councillors or others within the district of Sicamous to join us for sampling days as well. So please reach out, and I know our staff will be able to reach out to you as well. It's a wonderful day and great to have more people on the ground. Next slide, please. This is just a brief overview of what we provide for other municipalities. We provide training to municipal staff and contractors. We provide fee-for-service work, as I mentioned, for the City of Salmon Arm. We provide outreach to residents, the city, community groups, and other stakeholders. As an example there below, do not mow signs for the City of Salmon Arm. Next slide. And today I would like to request $2,000 to support CSIS's programming in the Sicamous area. In 2025, CSIS will see decreased funding from the Shuswap Watershed Council and Columbia Basin Trust, leading to reduced capacity to provide communication, coordination, and engagement on invasive species in the region, particularly aquatic invasive species outreach. It's a total funding decrease of approximately $40,000. So due to this, we're looking for financial support from other partners, such as the District of Sicamous, to help support this ongoing programming. And as an example, the type of support we'd like to request is similar to what we see from the City of Revelstoke, which is a $2,000 grant and aid application that CSIS applies for annually from Revelstoke. And note, this type of funding request is not supported by the Shuswap Community Foundation, as it's part of our ongoing programming. The Shuswap Community Foundation requires one-off projects. We have already received funding for this type of work from BC Gaming and other grants, and are continuing to source other funding opportunities. But at this time of year, very little is confirmed for funding, as we're not quite yet in the new fiscal. And as mentioned earlier, we received grant and aid funding from the City of Revelstoke, the Town of Golden, who supports an invasive weed coordinator, and City of Salmon Arm funds fee-for-service work as well. Now, specific areas of interest for this potential $2,000 could be invasive mussel monitoring and outreach, and that could be a focus for work in the Sicamous area, but we always welcome any input or feedback from the council or others. And we appreciate all of the in-kind support for use of the docks, board membership, tourism center collaborations, and other work that we've been able to accomplish together over the years. And we look forward to continuing to work and partner with the district in 2025. Next slide, please. I think that's it from me. Thank you so much to all of our funders, partners, and collaborators. We really couldn't do it without all of you. And next slide. That's our contact information. Thanks so much again for this opportunity. And yeah, feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Thank you for the great presentation. I think we're learning a lot along the way. Anyone in council have questions? Malcolm?
Yeah, hi, thank you. You mentioned the Finlayson boat launch being closed. MOTI had a information session with us, and they said that that's going to remain open throughout the whole construction of the bridge.
Awesome, that's great news. All right, so we'll see if we can get a booth there at some point this summer. It is the biggest boat launch that we see in the Shuswap, so it's a great spot to complete outreach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Great presentation. I do have just a couple questions. I think you guys do great work here. You're at Old Town Bay 2 or 3 times a year. You're putting stuff on. We get you down and putting information on boats. So, I mean, it's great what you do, and it's so important, and people need to recognize how important the work that you do is, because it is an awareness. And we are still quagga and zebra mussel free here in British Columbia, as well as Alberta and Saskatchewan. So we need to keep it that way, because we know the devastation and the impact that this could have on many of our systems are dealing with water, from agriculture to water intakes to dams, everything. So to tourism and the economy of Sicamous, because we do rely on our lake for, our livelihood in the summer. So thank you for that. My first question is First Nations funding. Have you reached out to First Nations to see if there's some funding from them?
Yeah, great question. We do collaborate with First Nations. We bring out the Guardians from Adams Lake Indian Band each year. to train the Guardian program on zebra quagga mussel veliger sampling. And within our application to the HCTF, we've included them as contractors. So hopefully we're able to provide them funding to do some additional samples. So it's kind of opposite to what you're asking. We're providing funding to them, hopefully.
Okay, thank you. I do, and I understand that the Shuswap grant fund or grant funding isn't doesn't support this cause because you do get it from Revy already. As far as I'm concerned with this, I do believe that these guys offer such a great service in our community, and we are such advocates of anti-zebra and quagga mussels, and it's our thing, and it's been our thing for 10 years to be educating and put do not move a mussel on our websites and educating everyone that we can. So I do support your cause, and I do support the request for funding. So
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Pam?
Yeah, just to echo, Madam Mayor, absolutely. We do critical work to Sicamous. Our livelihood is here. Our economy is based on the lake. I think that we should be supporting to the level that you need from us. And I also just have an observation. When we talk about, when we're educating about checking for mussel infestation, really what I see are the mature form of the mussel. And it occurred to me that there's an early detection stage that we never talk about. At least we may talk about it, but I never see it in any education material, and what it feels like to find a surface that is rough and maybe the early attachment of the mussel. So I just wanted to bring that up because I never see it. I'm aware of it. But yeah, in education, we don't seem to identify that in our material, but maybe in our talks we do. Yeah, if you would just comment on that in terms of education of the public.
Yeah, wonderful. Thanks, Councillor Pam Beach. So as I mentioned earlier, maybe you saw a slide with a photo. So we have our zebra quagga mussel veliger sampling, and a veliger is a free-floating larval form of the adult mussel. So it's what we sample for. It's the earliest form of detection. That's actually how they detected zebra quagga mussels in the outbreak down at the Snake River in the USA last year. And so that's what we use on the dock in a lot of our outreach. Well, we always have an old net with us at the booth promoting how we sample for our veligers. We do a lot of outreach posts with that net to show folks that's how we're collecting the water samples. And then we also showcase our substrate samplers, which is a large, long piece of rope with different materials, PVC pipe and mesh attached to it that's dropped down into the water column. So we can really sample at all depths of the water column to be able to see if there are any zebra quagga mussels forming lower down before they get up top to our docks and our boats. So we do really try to promote all of these different types of sampling within our education outreach. And I agree with you. I think it's so important to showcase both sides of sampling to the public because it's a great opportunity for learning.
Councillor Bailey, and then back to Councillor Beach.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And obviously it's a very worthwhile thing to spend money on, and everything actually that comes with our council is usually a worthwhile thing to spend money on. That's our dilemma. That's why we have these long finance meetings. But saying that, I can't support their request, and I'll be voting against it for a reason that we've had several discussions here about these requests going through the Shuswap Community Foundation. I think we are going to change those rules, and if we aren't, we should be changing those rules very quickly, where you could be eligible for an operational grant. We've talked about that before. And we've had so many different requests this year that council just simply can't fund on a one-off basis. We have to have some sort of metric, criteria, rules around this. There are so many different good things to fund. And we've turned down some that have been very community oriented and directed, and we know that's needed. But for this very reason that we have to come up with something that is, sustainable, fair, open to everybody. So no comment on the validity of the program. There's a huge need for it, no doubt. It's just our process. I can't support this because if I do, then I have to, as a counselor, deem every other request that comes before council in the same manner. And I don't know how I'm going to do that within the budget that we have. And we've kind of gone through this discussion, and there's always this desire, because everybody here are, we're community people. We want to do these things. We want to support these initiatives, but I just can't under this format. I do think we need to change the funding rules that will allow the grants on an operational basis, but that's where I think the request should go and should stay out of the hands of council. And if we need to talk about a little bit more money for that fund, I'm more than willing to have that discussion around council from my perspective, but not do the one-offs. And so sorry about that, but I won't be voting for this for those reasons.
Councillor Beach, and then CAO.
Oh.
So,
I just wanted to clarify, in discussion of detection with Laura, that I was referring to an early attachment of the muscles, and then in terms of public education, that they may not see the muscle. They'll just feel the sandpaper feel of an immature muscle. That I just wanted to clarify that. I understand the villager sampling and that kind of testing, but it's more attachment at an early stage I was referring to. Thank you.
thanks, Pat. CAO Garceau, and then Mr. McCabe.
No, I was just pointing out.
Oh, you're pointing.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Melville.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I just wanted to say that I support this request. It's $2,000. It's not going to break the bank. And we're a resort-based community, and water is a key part of what draws folks to our community. And I think this is money well spent.
The Bushel.
Through the chair, I support the program. I like what you guys do, and like what you've done for all the for the Shuswap for all the years you've done it. In your letter request, you said you attached a budget list of programming provided. Do we have a copy of that, or can we get a copy of that while we go through the budget deliberations? It's in the letter. But anyways, I do support it. I just don't know where we'll find the funds, but we'll be working on that today. And we'll be having a couple more meetings in the next little while here. But thank you very much.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Just to Councillor Bailey's point of granting aid and looking for that money in Shuswap grant. Revy has already asked, or sorry, these guys have already asked and they can't, and this is, whereas some of the other folks that are coming to us, they can get money from the Shuswap grant and aid. These guys cannot. And to Councillor McCabe's point, we are recreation, we are about our water. So I believe that we do need to support it. So I just wanted to make sure, just clarification there.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, well, I just want to ask a clarification, but if we change the rules, which we have been talking about, to allowing them to have operational grants, then they could apply and get it. Right, and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that those rules should be changed. That's where the funding request should go, because we need a process. And I want to caution council again, because we've done this again. Now we're going back again. Like this is not a good cycle, in my opinion. We're about to grant this again, totally council's prerogative, but it is not the right thing to do, in my opinion. We need to have a process around this. We say everything that comes before us is important. We know that, but at some point, if we don't actually have a system around this, this is just, we're gonna keep having all these requests because there is so much need. If we're gonna do that, then we should get back into the process of granting these aids. So I think it's one or the other. We do it and totally council could, or we let the Sioux Shop Community Foundation do it. It's one or the other. I don't think this hybrid system is working. I don't think we should be doing it. But I think the council needs to have that discussion of whether we are going to be the granting group, which again would be totally fine. But then we're going to sit here and do that. Or we're going to allow the Sioux Shop Community Foundation. That's all I'm saying here is we're changing the rules all the time. We have one set of criteria 1 month. Next month, we get to something else and we have another set. We've got to set some rules and we've got to actually follow them. And the only people that can do that are the 7 people around this table. And all I'm saying is, I think the Sioux Shop Community Foundation is the one to deal with that. But I'm more than open to listening to council and what they want.
And I think we do have a set of rules. I sit on that community foundation board, and we do have a set of rules. If it's not working for Sycamus anymore, then we already have approached Roger. Bianca has approached Roger. I've had some discussions with him, and if we need to retweak it, but I am going to put Councillor Bailey on this one. We can't say certain people can come and ask for money and we'll give money, and then other people we're not giving money, but go to community foundations. We need to set it up that this is how we give money out and what that looks like. And if we want to do an in-house one too, that we say, you know what, if we've got 6 programs that affect this, but I think we need a set of rules. I don't think we should be going every time someone approaches looking for money. All these causes are absolutely phenomenal, and they actually affect everyone in our community. If that's from our seniors or our schools or the lake, they all affect us, and we all want to give them money, but we have to do it in a standardized way, or it gets too convoluted. Bianca?
Yeah, so I have talked to Roger and we can pretty much tweak it and make it what we feel is needed. The only thing is we can't do it for 2025 because those funds have already been determined. So it would have to be a 2026 thing. So maybe we can just hold, like we've all agree that Laura and her team are doing great work. We'll just maybe keep that discussion to the end when we get to the tax increase numbers. And then we can just go back into that community supports app and we can figure out what we want to do there, if that works for everyone.
Any more discussion? Madam Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Laura, just to your point, you've had a discussion with the Shuswap funding, community funding. Is that correct? You've asked for their support?
Yes, Robin
And
did. She just recently left. Yes.
Okay, and do you know exactly what they said? Like, what was the reason for not getting the funding?
That ours is an ongoing funding request and not a one-off request.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Laura. So to Bianca, is that, so that's something that Roger's going to look at as well,
Yes.
but not for 2025?
Correct, because our 2025 monies are already spent. So we can determine what we want to do with our current monies, and then for 2026, maybe it's a 3-year application, like a process where you apply and you get funding for 3 years and you apply after 3 years, just so it's more ongoing, like Laura's talking about. Yeah.
But there is funding available for if you want to apply every year. And again, you may not be able to go in as an open concept. I need money for this. You do need a project. But I think if you went in and said, we need, we're going to be setting up 10 tents within May and July, and this is what it's going to do, that would absolutely fit the criteria. And you do have to apply every year. You do have to fill out the granting process. Robin and Roger are absolutely easy to deal with. I understand that doesn't help for this year. And that it is an annual ask, that it has to be an annual ask. And as we look at these, that we've had kind of these one-offs that we've done, and if we're trying to mainstream, which I think we absolutely should do, we shouldn't be giving some people some money and then telling everybody else to go look at grants. We either are gonna just give everybody money, or we're gonna say, go look at grants. But like Bianca said, we can look at doing something like where it's a three-year term, where if someone's, doesn't have the person power to continue to write grants for $2,000 that you could get it for 3 years. And that's a conversation that I think is in the works with Roger. And we're changing what our needs were. And so we're changing our rules, and that's coming to light. I think this year is the first year this has really come to light. But I think we gotta hold strong on this one, and it may be a little bit painful for a year, but we need to decide what we are. Let's define who we are and how we grant. And in the past, we're using Shuswap community. And if we're not, then that's fine. Council can decide and go a different direction. Yeah.
Just further to that, so we'll look at it later when we're talking tax increase, but right now we do have $5,000 right now unspecified. And $4,000 we have as age friendly from last year. So we have a $9,000 kind of collective bucket, where when we talk about the tax increase, we can look at that bucket. If council wants to decide now, we can break up that bucket today for 2025. And then we have our game plan for 2026. But maybe right now we can leave it right now. When we go back to the tax increase later, after we have some more presentations, we can really dissect that.
Madam Mayor.
Yep, thank you, through the chair. I appreciate that we will change the process, and I do appreciate that, but that doesn't deal with the issue at hand right now. And I think that right now it is imperative that we support the invasive species folks that come into our community and guard our water and educate our people. I don't think this is something that we can go wait till the end and dig in a bucket. And I think this is crucial to our community that we continue to support this. And I'd like to, for this year, until we find a different solution or another solution. I get that Eagle Valley and seniors can go to the Shuswap grant and get grants from them to the Shuswap funding, but these guys can't. So I would like to make a motion that we support the Columbia Shuswap invasive species.
First, second is Pam.
Yeah, so,
Discussion.
well, my understanding was what Bianca was saying is we have an unspecified bucket that we're going to can allocate later on, and that we could do that in a more than just this one organization bucket. I won't support this because it has nothing to do with the issue. It has everything to do with our process. Our process is wrong here right now. It's just wrong. I get that it's important, but we literally had this discussion, I don't know, a month ago, 2 months ago at most, and now we're doing the exact opposite. Like it's not good management, so I won't support it. What I will support is a look at what's this bucket we have is the $9,000, and we can allocate it today. I'm totally okay with that because that's actually in the budget, because that's part of the process. We do have an unallocated thing, but to grant this right now, like, where's this money come from? Would it come from the unallocated? Bianca?
1 second, I'm bringing up the bucket.
Maybe we should just deal with the unallocated budget now, is a suggestion then, if we're going to want to have this discussion right now.
I think we've got delegations, so I think if we're giving out money later today, I think it needs to be later today. We've got folks sitting here and we've got delegations moving forward. So I think that's maybe a discussion for later, and we're not going to hold up the meeting. We have a first and second, so we can go forward on that motion if we want to, but
Well, I think Malcolm wants to say something.
Mel's got something?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say that I'm going to vote in favor of this motion because mussels don't take a holiday and they don't understand bureaucracy or process. And we're trying to be proactive here. The mussels aren't here yet. This is a proactive initiative. We're trying to avoid them from coming here, and we can't let bureaucracy get in the way of that, especially for 2025. Maybe 2026, there'll be a proper process, but for now, for this year, yeah, I'm going to vote yes for this.
Laura, do you approach the houseboat companies? Do they throw in $1,000 a piece, or our marinas? We've got a lot of marinas and houseboat companies along the way. And do we have private donors?
We do ask for donations. That's a great question. And I believe we haven't received any donations, monetary donations, but lots of in-kind donations to be able to use their docks, to sample from, or to install substrate samplers from.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bushel and then Councillor Bailey.
Yes, through the chair, I support the program, but like I say, it's a delegation and today we're in budget process and that's what it's all about. So, I think it can wait till the bucket comes up on the budget later today. It's just a delegation, and I just feel we need to budget for the community. So that's all I wanted to say.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to touch base on this being bureaucracy. It's not bureaucracy at all. Like, poverty doesn't take a vacation either. Homelessness doesn't take a vacation either. I mean, I can go down the list of issues that will not take a vacation. And I agree with the sense that this is an important issue too. But, and this is a huge but, we must and have to actually manage this properly. We can't keep going around this over and over and over and over again. And we keep doing it and we keep shifting our positions. And I'm fine if I've done that in my past too, that I criticize myself for it. But now I recognize that it does need to have some structure. And so, again, I won't be supporting it, but if we do support it, then I will support not actually having the Sue Schwab Community Foundation do it. Because I don't think council can stick to the rules. Like, that's, I think, where we're at. If we want to do this, let's do it. Let's manage it ourselves. But we can't, because a delegation comes forward, everyone says it's important, or enough people say it's important, then we say the process is out. That I definitely won't support. And I think unless we can commit to a process, then we're going to have ongoing problems at the council table with these funding requests.
So we've got a first and second on the table. Dean or Dale, can you guys give me direction where we're going?
So call the question. If you have no more discussion.
Okay, any more questions, discussion? Okay, call the question. All in favor of 2,000 to the mussels? So 4, all against 3. So passes $2,000 to CSISS programming. Thank you, Laura, for joining us. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Laura.
Great. Thank you all for the support. And we'll be in touch to see if any of you want to join us in the field this year. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Okay, moving right along, we're going into new business. District of Sycamoose Development Corporation detailed budget on tourism and economic development. And we're going to thank Carly for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back. So I took the feedback from the last presentation that I had and prepared a more detailed budget so that you guys could see where the funding was actually going. So I just want to take a quick moment to run you guys through the 2 budgets, especially highlighting some of the funding that you asked for to be outlined. So I guess what are we looking at right now? The tourism one. So as you guys can see, there was the last budget was broken out how Destination BC likes to receive it. So it's more in these buckets, and then it's accompanied by a report that outlines where the strategic focuses are and the funding that's allocated towards it. So we broke it down and actually put the dollar amounts to it so you can see. So I don't know if you would like me to read through the line items put in buckets, or if you have any questions on tourism and need a further explanation on where the spending is going.
Councillor Evans.
I just want to say thank you, Carly, for doing the work, and this is really good because now we can see. Thank you.
I've got a question about the additional part-time staff. Campton used to work for us. Was that covered before by a grant?
Through the chair, no, that was, we paid for her through tourism funding for the 2 days a week. We had her for 2 months of the year.
Okay,
And that just came through, there is a line item in the deal or in the MRDT budget that allocates for additional administrative staff.
okay, and then the additional part-time staff for 22,000, that's for 2 months?
Nope, that's her contract started January 31st, and it's a contract that goes until December 31st.
Okay,
So she's working 2 days a week, supporting me with all of our programming through tourism and economic development.
okay. Mel, do you have any questions up there? Sorry, he's happy. Councilor Bushel.
Hi, Chair Carly, the real time again, can you just recap that for me?
So the real-time cameras are the cameras that are placed around town that are live streaming cameras that we're using to direct people to when they're asking the questions of, are we on fire? Is it smoky? Is it, blizzarding, et cetera? So all of our industry has that link, and it's also posted right on our website. What we've done, so the amount that's there, we have 2 additional cameras installed on Res Rentals. I'm just waiting for Scott Kylo from Skypon, who's installed them and set us up with this, to let us know when those will go live. The $10,000 expense is for the cost for the data on the back end site, now that we'll have 4 cameras. And then the opportunity, I left it as a $10,000 expense in case we discovered another location that was advantageous for us to install another camera. So the cameras are about $3,000 a piece for the type of camera that we get. And then we had to spend some dredging over at Sick Moose Houseboats to actually put it in a spot that we needed. So I've budgeted a little bit higher for that, just in the event that we can place a 5th camera somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, can we do a reciprocating agreement with the district and have them on our own website as well? Like we have webcams on ours. Could we do?
You know what? I think you guys have a link to these ones.
It's a link.
Yeah, but I'll double check with Campton. I know we had talked about having, because we want the traffic, I love the traffic cam. So we want them all to be together in one spot. So.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Thanks. That was a good question, Gord. That was going to be one of my questions, is if we can link them together, because and I think they're brilliant. You know what? I have a lot of clients that call and check out the lake and the sky and see what's happening in Sycamore. So that was a great idea, and linking them all together. Yeah, I like the traffic cam too, so that'd be perfect. Thank you for all your hard work. This is great. I do have a question on the hang on, glasses. The biking, the UCI World Champion. You've got 28,000 budgeted for that this year, and I can see it's coming down. What does the 28,000 entail? Like,
so that's bringing in the international timers. That's the accommodations for the crew that gets sent in, the setup costs, the swag that we provide when like last year we did water bottles and bags as a athlete welcome bag. It really goes down to fencing, the screen rentals, all those things. So I'm hoping now that what we had was proof of concept, and now we can go out and approach sponsors again to see if we can offset some of that cost. So that is looking at where I have a ton of the signage, et cetera, that I can just get reskinned by Wally. So I've saved a lot of costs by reusing a lot of the stuff that we had last year. So my costs I'm able to bring down without sponsorship down from 45.5 to 28 right off the bat. So we also gave away probably 60% of our tickets. We gave away as, come and check out what this event is and come participate. This year we have a marginal increase on our participation fees, and we will be reducing the amount of participation. So that revenue will also help bolster.
perfect. Thank you. Thanks for that.
Councillor Bailey?
Okay, so I have a couple of questions. I guess it's a follow-up on the same vein as that. Do we have any data when we hosted the UCI World Championship that it led to more overnight stays?
So the data is only as good as what the hotels gave in terms of asking. I didn't actually track any of the participants that came out of town as to where exactly they were staying. And it's something that we will do this year through specific booking links on the website that will let us be able to track that data. So we know at the Paradise, out of their 22 rooms, 11 of them were booked for this event over the weekend. Pines, we know, had none because there was a golf tournament in town, so they were completely sold out. So as I was keeping in contact with the hoteliers about the opportunities to book rooms, they were letting me know sort of roughly what it is, but I don't have any hard data on that. Again, a metric I'm going to include this year so that we have a better, the whole point of it is to encourage overnight stays. So we hope to track that much better this year.
And just one more, about the, maybe, okay, it'll be a two-parter, I guess. Sorry, I just lost that here. Well, I'll ask a question just about the part-time help. So I see the additional part-time help is within the tourism budget. So this person will just solely be focused on the tourism?
Well, I mean, a lot of it, there will be crossover, but the crossover comes because a lot of the economic development work we do is within the tourism industry. So the budget for the part-time staff falls under and within our MRDT allowable budget. Will there be elements of her helping support parts of economic development? Yes, but primarily I'm trying to reduce certain costs for tourism products and do better by having that additional support, which is mostly focused on tourism. That allows me to more wholeheartedly focus on economic development by having her take on more of the, the projects, looking at sponsorship packages, executing geocaching a little bit better with our accommodators and the stay and save packages or the stay and play packages that we're producing. She's able to actually get onto it a lot quicker than I have been with the way my focus has been divided. So the goal is to have her really take on the tourism marketing and outreach.
Councillor Bushel?
Go back on the list.
Yeah, through the chair. Like I say, Carly, I like what you guys are doing. There's a lot of crossover between tourism, economic development, and what the chamber does. And, I think you add up all three budgets, it's over $470,000. So I just like to see, us work closer together. And when you talk about accommodations for the bike event, is there, I'm just trying to think how we can save funds too. And can they go into the nest or, just things like that. And I just really think that we need to that kind of money that we're spending on economic development, business, tourism. I think we really need to have some brainstorming and just kind of work together and make it work. Like it's working, but if there's a lot of crossover, I see.
Councillor Bailey?
Okay, here's the other question. So about the carryover. So we see previous year carryover 2024 actual is 77,591. Is that what we did not spend this year in the budget that we're carrying to 2025?
Sorry.
It's the previous year carryover. So at the top, we're talking about revenue.
Yes.
Carryover from what we didn't spend.
Correct.
Okay, I think I remember we're doing that quite regularly because there's been a lot of carryovers from year to year.
Yeah, and sorry, through the chair. So a lot of the carryover, it's a projection. So when I'm creating this budget, I do allow for a certain amount of carryover for realized or uncertain times, I guess. So we never really know. We've seen really big fluctuations in months where I'm, wouldn't have expected that. So the carryover is built year over year. So that's why the number's so big. When we've had programs that due to like crisis related, whether it was fire, et cetera, there was a big chunk last year that got carried over from 2023 from smoke, where we shifted our focus on media and advertising and away from particular spends that might have cost a lot more. Again, a carryover, and I've had this discussion with Destination BC about, carryover and how that looks. And for them, they're okay with having carryover because, again, we never know when we might have to utilize or dig into that pot that, we don't want to be working from a negative, I guess. So as you can see, I do, I've planned out all of these initiatives and it's left us with a contingency of $19,000. The chances of that being used by things like the Shuswap tourism initiatives that are no longer being covered by them. Those are things that we couldn't have planned for, but that we always try and leave a little bit of money so that if we do have things that come up that we're able to activate on, we're not trying to struggle to figure out where we're going to get that funding. We know that we have a little bit of a reserve built in.
I understand the whole concept of carryover, no problem there, but on a year over year basis, then it stops becoming a carryover. It just becomes something that you're banking away, right? And I think we're probably in the year 2 or 3 of carryover that I can remember. So, I mean, I think overall, it should be going into marketing. It should be going into the ads, and it should be used in the year that we are. Because this MRDT thing is a compounder, right? The more people you get in one year, the more money you get the next year, right? That's the whole thing. So we should be deploying that as much as we can. A carryover of 10% reasonable, but we're running 35, 40 here on some of this stuff. That's too high, in my opinion. I guess just the one other thing is, and maybe you could touch on, is it's very event driven. The overall kind of strategy. Is there a rationale behind that? Because there's multiple different events that we're doing here. And then if there is a rationale, was there some sort of data to say, hey, this is what drove overnight stays? And I guess it goes kind of back to my previous question about the track. Like, what are we basing the strategy on if we don't have the data?
So through the chair, the event component under the signature sport and culture event is, it's roughly that 32,000 that we've allocated for that. And that's, ultimately that is to support our local events, the Funky Fest, Film Fest, that the Sled Sycamoose Snowmobile Club does, and then the Shuswap Fishing Derby. Those are the organizations and user groups that have come to us requesting funding that they weren't able to acquire from anywhere else. So we support them from a sponsorship basis. The UCI, the goal is to showcase Sycamoose and show that we are a location, that we have a world-class pump track, but also to increase that visitation, which is the ultimate goal of MRDT. When you're looking at special projects, those are meant to attract and provide an experience to, again, bring people to town. And we leverage those experiences through our marketing to say, this is what you can do in Sycamoose. So we spend a lot of money advertising Sycamoose and the beauty of the golf courses and the lake and the snow and the waterfalls. But we want to also make sure that we're supporting that with the marketing around the experiences that we have. Is it difficult to track that? Yeah, it's about, as difficult as tracking the ROI on a billboard or any of those types of spends, because without trying to get very local specific data for Sycamoose is very expensive. So we have to rely on, again, our relationships with our accommodators and providing them with the tools like booking codes and the support through other booking sites to track that data. And that's what we're going to be working on. So through the consultation with this MRDT 5-year renewal with the accommodators, I have explained to them that it's so important that we have them as a voice at our table to help drive this. The strategy and everything that's in here is driven through our tourism advisory committee. Is a lot of that feedback comes from our industry stakeholders, and that's how this plan is built. So we use the Destination BC 5-year marketing plan, the total 5-year marketing plan, and try to align with that so that we can get that organic spend through their Iconics program and whatnot, so we can leverage what we're doing with what they're doing, so it kind of layers up. We've always been told by Destination BC and TOTA that if we can create programs like the BC Bird Trail, Real Time is now being picked up, Let's Ride BC, etc., that they will promote us in part because we're all sort of aligned from the top to the bottom. Top to the bottom. Again, now this year, I recognize that too, it is hard to explain why we're investing in these without that hard data. So as I was saying, with my consultation through the accommodators, we are looking at ways to utilize that QR code metric to see if I can create the QR codes and be able to better measure when they're staying, what the visitors are doing. And that applies to the STRs that have the larger quantity, because this year's application period requires consultation with anybody over 4 units that pays into MRDT that does direct booking. So we've got a larger pocket of voices. And to hammer that home, what I said is, I've not had an accommodator attend a tourism advisory committee in 4 years. And to me, that's for me, that's a big red flag for them, because they're the ones that are paying into this through their, and to not want to have a voice at the table to help me and the tourism advisory committee determine how this money is spent makes it a little more challenging to make sure that we are hitting that mark, because we can only go through the data with those single silo conversations with our accommodators, which is really, which is what drives it. So I'm hoping that now that they've gone through this application period with me, and I've got 6 out of 7 of our accommodators and 2 out of 3 of our largest STRs have signed on in support, and they really value what we're doing. They'll now come and have a better seat and a louder voice at the table, so we can figure out how do we track those metrics to give us that data from our locations that will show overnight spend based on the programs that we're doing. I hope that makes sense. That was very long-winded.
Oh.
Mr. Bushel, Madam Mayor, and then Mr. Evans.
Through the chair, just one other one, Carly, about off-road vehicle industry. We don't have a lot of funds put in there for that. Other than we have Let's Ride BC, and I think the other one, the Snowmobile Club's film shoot. Is there any way we could, is there any way that, or maybe the Tourism Advisory Council doesn't think it's worth it?
Through the chair. So that's why when we have these pockets of the other initiatives, we sort of put a larger chunk of money in there. So as you can see, that's Farmstead Mountain Bike Park, and the rail trail is always included in that because we never actually know when we can activate on something. So leading into this budget, we didn't know where the Owlhead Mountain Bike Park, at what point we could start marketing that. So with the ATVs, Board Canfield and Dave Profoot have talked about ways that we can support them through mapping, but nothing has been finalized. So I don't put anything really, I don't allocate a lot of funding to something like that. It is very important. And again, we're looking at things like the adventure biking in the fall. Gord Canfield and I are going to go and speak to the Vernon people to look at, they get 200 people that come in September that stay there and ride the trails. So if we can replicate that and leverage either the weekend before or the weekend after, those are the types of opportunities we're looking at to attract those types of people. For the backcountry, I've spoken with Dave Profoot quite a bit, and the challenge is always not knowing where they can send people. So we always support in terms of directing them to the Shuswap backcountry riders and say, if you're coming, but until there's an established map or app or something, it's hard to know what to invest in because I'm taking direction from them. It's very similar to what I see is happening here is they need to come to us and say, hey, this is where we think we can use funding. This is about what it's going to cost. We would love your support. And we are 100% down for that. I'm not very versed in the backcountry stats versus, I lean on our user groups to help me with that. And that's where they need to, come with a plan, I guess would be the best way to put it. And we do have the funding because we recognize it's very important for, May, June, September, October.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I have been working with Eileen at the Best Western. So she's sick.
That's the one.
And I will be back to Pancash as well, the owner.
Perfect. Thanks. Yes, through the chair. I'm going to pop in again with her because she's got, loads and loads of all of the information that has been provided to give the feedback. So we're really hoping that they want to play a part in the driving of the next.
Yeah, they have some
years.
key staff that could be on the board.
Yeah.
Thank you, through the chair.
Just to Mr. Bushel's comment about so much crossover with Chamber of Commerce, ACDEV, and tourism. If we back this train up 6 years ago, we didn't have ACDEV and tourism, right? So when we first got on council, when I first got on council, we relied on Chamber of Commerce for a lot of visitor information, and they did the visitor guide and handed it out. But now, as we progress and move forward, we do have tourism and economic development. And right now with the climate, and with the climate in the world the way it is, I think perhaps we should look at the Chamber of Commerce doing the, I think they do the music in the park. Perhaps that's something that your group could take off of, that group now moving forward, and you do have the resources. So maybe that could be something that we do. Also, they hand out the visitor, we pay them to look after the Visitor Information Center. Chamber of Commerce gets paid for the VIC. And their job is to hand out the brochures that we do for our community and sell our businesses, and where to go and what to see. So maybe there's, that could probably stay there, but maybe there's an opportunity for music in the park to go over to tourism. The other thing is, with the direction that we're going right now in the world, Chamber of Commerce right now should truly be focusing on, our tariffs and our, looking at our backcountry and advocating for our, businesses on the channel. And there's so much that they could sink their teeth into right now. And don't get me wrong, Sheila does a great job. But there's a lot going on right now where Chamber of Commerce could maybe jump in a little bit more and support our businesses and just reach out to them and see what they're looking for and, spend more time in that zone right now as opposed to, trying to work at, getting music in the park where you have more resources for that, I think, than they do. And I'm not saying this year because I think they've got it all organized, but I'm just talking about future changes. Maybe that's something that we could look at moving that to you as well. So, just saying it's changed a lot. And Chamber of Commerce right now is just a key to what we really need right now in our community. So.
Councillor Evans, Councillor Bushel, and then Councillor Bailey.
I just wanted to say that going to some of these events like the qualifying championship for bike tracks, the pump track in September, to see people that had never been to Sicamous before come to that and be exposed to Sicamous and then falling in love with the treasure that pump track is. And then also to meet a young couple that came to Sicamous for a date from Kelowna to go geocaching. And these new initiatives always expose new people to our town and the area. So I think it's really great that we're doing those, and I'm really excited with this UCI World Championship thing again. So I just wanted to say those things.
Hey, Councillor Bushel.
Yeah, like get back to what Colleen's saying. I just say there's a lot going on with, the tariffs, and there's the economy's there's a little bit of uncertainty there. And just, if we match up all those budgets together at $470,303, it's a lot of money. And it would be, I just think it even not only just chamber, ECDEV and ECDEV tourism, events, and Jamie in the room, because Jamie's, we are also paying events there too. So just like the four groups in a room, or, meeting constantly or whatever, quarterly or something like that. That would be huge.
Through the chair, we actually have a meeting that everyone is welcome to come to from that February 4th meeting, we picked that up, and it's, we're calling it just the tourism and events get together, but it's Jamie, Sheila, myself, and then the ECDEV tourism board, and it's happening, Monday, March 3rd. So next Monday at, I believe 9 or 10, I can get the information out, but we recognize that there is crossover and there is an opportunity. I mean, Sheila and I have worked closely together for the last 4 years, trying to figure out where, who does what, and make sure that we are trying to spend as efficiently as possible and working, with the very needed services that Visitor Center provides, as well as what makes sense for us to take on. And, there's always kind of been those questions about who does what and where does it make most sense. So I think that we started the conversation, and it's a needed conversation to start. But again, we're recognizing that something like Canada Day, Sicamous needs to be a destination for Canada Day, regardless of who runs it and, where the money comes from. We're all essentially drawing from that same pot. So we need to figure out how to effectively create those experiences that are bringing people to Sicamous, and not have everybody doing something different and sort of competing with the same bucket of money to, where we could be a lot more efficient. So again, I'll send that March 3rd, please attend.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I mean, the mayor certainly touches on something about whether someone else should be doing music in the park. And I think it's probably time for an overall big review. I mean, because there's a lot of chambers of commerce, for example, I'm not suggesting this, but there's a lot that do economic development as part of being able to sustain themselves. The reason we have these agreements with our local chambers of commerce is because they need that in order to survive, right? In a small town, there isn't enough businesses, not enough members to actually sustain a chamber of commerce, right? There's lots of towns where that loses. But if you, where it just goes out of business because there's not enough people to actually hire anybody to do the work. But if you look at Castle Guard does economic development. There's a whole bunch of different lists by, the chamber. So I don't know, I guess we can get into all these discussions, but now it's definitely not the time at finance. But you know, you're pulling the thread. And I guess if we keep pulling that thread, we might be able to find something. If tourism keeps growing the way it is, which is really nice to see that it's growing. You know, I often thought that tourism should be just a sole focus of maybe like a group somehow. But that's at a certain level, right? And then, you know, does that someone else take on economic development or tourism? I mean, what does this all look like, right? And so I guess that's going to be part of, we'll have a discussion tomorrow about, I guess, the renewal. We have to renew the DevCorp 5-year term. So maybe we can put some space in there for those discussions going forward. But I mean, in terms of the budget, the only thing I would have comments on this is just the more that we can prove that our actions are causing a positive effect, and as much as we can make that correlation that we can with the data, whether it's even a quick call said, hey, we did this big event this weekend. Can you just tell us a range of your occupancy, right? Maybe historically, they don't have to give away any data, but we want to make sure when we do this stuff, it is having a positive impact for you, right? Because then it also does have a positive impact in the community. But if people aren't staying overnight, then we really do need to know that. And they should be able to tell us, right? Like I ran 2 businesses. I'll be able to tell you, oh yeah, this weekend was good. Or last year it wasn't. And thank you for that event. I can tell you when hockey tournaments are in town and where our business is without the hockey tournament. Like I know all that stuff. So they should be able to give you a sense, like a thumbs up or even a thumbs down. And then we could just at least go from there. It doesn't have to be, you know, a huge amount of work. It's just even just some gut feel data would be okay too. So then we know, okay, this is something we should be doing and building on. There's something here. So that's my only comment.
So Carly, we're the backcountry guys, and I know you're, actually Dave and, Gord are no longer, there's a new president and vice president, coming in. But I think, and I don't know if there's a way, and I'm gonna have ageism here, but because they're not good at stuff like that, they're good at, you know, being outdoors and knowing where the trails are. Is there a way to support them? I am a huge advocate of trying to get this backcountry stuff going on the shoulder season, including motorized and non-motorized. And I really feel like they should be in the budget somewhere, and that we really need to start focusing. The more I listen in on meetings and spend time and dig into this, and I've talked to some clubs at 100 Mile and stuff like that. These guys are like sledders. Like they come in with, they're coming to holiday, they don't have budgets, they eat out, they fix their machines, you know, they have breakfast, they have coffee, they stay in our hotels and our short-term rentals. So is there a way with that club? I know our sled club is very, very well organized, and that took a long time to get there. Is there a way we can help our back road guys just kind of move it faster? That you have those skills and just, again, not ageism, but, you know, sometimes they don't have the technology to do that.
So through the chair, absolutely. If there's a new president or a new board that's there, we'll reach out then and get them to come in and meet at our offices so we can discuss what that looks like. Because with the new board, I imagine they'll have new directives and new plans moving forward, and we're 100% there to support them. And, you know, if I look at where that opportunity to support is, we have that contingency fund that we hadn't allocated based on the existing budget, and that would be the perfect thing to apply that contingency reserve to. So it's great to have those for these specific reasons. So working with Dave and Gord has been, you know, we've looked at approaching CSRD to get their GIS mapping and understand the trails more, to potentially invest in that. And I believe the last conversations I had was trending towards ATVBC as a bigger governing body, looking at apps that they can start promoting, because as the younger generation, they are more tech savvy. They're less about holding that, like, you know, tactile map that it gets, you know, unless you're investing a lot of money in a waterproof one, those maps either end up in the bush on the trail or they're in the garbage. And we've noticed that with a lot of the mapping that we have invested in is people will go towards an app if they're able to, if it works and it functions properly. So perhaps that's the avenue that we'll go and recommend to them and see sort of where they're at from that overall governing body. And if we've, in the past, we've supported our user groups like Sled Sicamous with helping them pay their fee into Let's Ride BC or, it's called Let's Ride BC now. If there was a membership needed, that would be where we would use that funding to help them with an app subscription so that it benefits, because that benefits our area to be able to put that information out and provide that to people or users that are coming into town that has real-time forestry closures, logging information, trails that are deactivated, et cetera. Because that's the biggest thing that I got from Shuswap at backcountry riders was that they don't want to promote things that are going to provide a bad experience to new users that come to the area. So we've always been very hesitant to invest in print media because the next day it could be irrelevant and you've lost all that money. So looking at, like you said, the digital side of things is probably going to be very important. And if we need to invest in that, that could be the avenue we go.
Awesome. Madam Mayor.
I had a couple points and one is kind of slipped away. I have a quick question and then when we were talking about vacancy in Sicamous when you have an event. So is there any way that Monday, and maybe I missed this, that someone could reach out to the hotels and see, is that to your point?
Yeah, I just see a call.
Because we don't have a tracking, we don't have that tracking for the hoteliers to share their information. Perhaps your new person could reach out after event weekends and see where you full, how many, because we have how many beds in town? 250?
Not including short-term rentals, we've got 246, I believe.
Okay, so I mean, our hope is that that's at 75%, right? Because that would be success. So maybe that's something that you could do forward. And my second question, and I don't know if this is to you or just to you folks that are involved with the sled group. Did the dinner move from the long weekend to the weekend after this year? And what was the reason behind that?
So I asked Steve actually at the event just to give us his final feelings on why it was moved, and they changed it because it was in competition with other events around the province or in other provinces. So it was a competition thing. So they're looking at reevaluating the success of moving it from the long weekend to see if that impacted and drove more visitation to Sicamous. They're also looking at their ladies ride and working with all the ladies rides because there's another untapped market. We're seeing 3 ladies rides happening, each weekend, whereas if they could create a ladies ride circuit. So we're going to sit down with all the clubs and all the other tourism counterparts to see if there's a way that we can promote that again, because a lot of times the ladies rides, if we can shift them into weekends that aren't necessarily very busy, or even bring them in during a Sunday, Monday for a good deal, then that also helps, because everybody thinks that we're, sledding and the hotels are just ram-packed, but that's not the case from Monday to Thursday or Monday to Wednesday, unless there's a massive snowfall. Then they're seeing their last minute bookings ramp up. Weekends, most of our accommodators are actually sold out. So when I've talked to them over the past week, they're very happy, because people do have to book their vacations. Right now, there's a lot less disposable income for people. So they're just booking solid vacations and going regardless. So, they would love to see different ways, especially in our winter times, to have people come on those 4 days that they do see that significant decline.
Can I follow up with? Sure. Okay, thank you. Okay, yes, because some of the calls that I've been getting are, people were a bit sad because the long weekend, they have more people in their businesses because people are coming in to shop. But just to that point too, is there, and I know we're on finance, not plans. I'll be really quick. Is there any way that when we do this, we can notify some of our businesses in town because they would like to prepare and they would like to share? Like if, or even on the website, like they want to get more involved in there, but I think they feel like they're missing out on what's going on. Like they want to know when there's a hockey tournament. They want to know when there's a sledding event. They want to know so that they can prepare for it or reach out to that group or, anyway, I was just.
Yeah, that's a great example of what Brenda's going to be doing. So one of Brenda's tasks is we need to revamp how we've got 3 different event calendars happening right now. and nobody seems to know what to do or where to go. We're going to be investing in monthly, I know mailouts seem like a, kind of a counterintuitive thing, but mailouts do have their space, and some people that aren't actively looking at our post that happens on a Monday at 3 p.m. We're gonna double down or triple down on email marketing, like an email newsletter. So we're going to do a tourism and an economic development newsletter to start working and helping businesses promote their activities. We're going to have a better focus on driving our event calendar, making sure that that's very accessible and not buried within our website, and work with Campton on the DOS side to make sure that regardless of where they go, they can find that information. And then looking at a mail out. It's actually not that expensive to print a one pager and stick it in everybody's mailbox of what's happening, in March, or what's happening this spring. So we've started more and more providing businesses and our accommodators. That was the one thing that I heard from the accommodators is having the where to shop and what to eat laminated so that they can put it in every room. They loved it because those are the types of conversations that they're having. So now there's an opportunity that now I know that that's an actual preferred asset. Now I can go to the restaurants and the retailers and say, now you have an opportunity to advertise. If you want to say it's, 10% off Tuesday for visitors. Now there's another metric to drive them into those businesses. Everybody's, if a business wants to provide a deal, then we want to support them in getting that to our visitors as they're in town.
Thank you, Carly.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I think that's also up to the businesses. I mean, it's capitalism. Go do it, right? I mean, like I mean, the resources are out there to figure all that stuff out, like when a hockey tournament is, because we do it as a business. But I mean, having it in one place would be beneficial for sure. But you can go to CSRD website. There's a lot of different things you can do to figure out who's coming into town, and the Sled Sicamous event was widely advertised as well. Like they were trying to sell that for a good 8 weeks, 6-8 weeks. But I guess just to that point, since we kind of talked about it, is I think that there's also trying to broaden out their season a little bit. Like the long weekend can be so busy. It's so overflow all the time. I can say anecdotally, give you this feedback. For businesses, I think it absolutely worked that they had it on a different weekend than the long weekend. And they also had a very successful family focused event on the hill, and it was extremely well attended. So they actually added to their programming. They didn't take away. So on that long weekend, they usually just did the big dinner and nothing else. Well, instead of doing the big dinner, they did a family focused sled event, drag races, everything up there. Extremely well attended. I wasn't there, but I've heard from lots of people. And then the next weekend, they followed it up with their large event. And I would say, I was there. It wasn't less attended than any other year. Maybe there were maybe 20, 30 people less, but not a lot. That was a full gymnasium the other night. So I think this is part of what we're trying to do as tourism too. We're trying to find our way a little bit. And that's why having the data is really important. So we know, okay, this works or it didn't, nothing wrong with it if it didn't work. We just need to know, right? And then I think overall Sicamous is experimenting a little bit, and the clubs and others are experimenting to try to figure out what works and what doesn't. And I think that's good. I think that's a healthy thing. So.
How's everybody feeling? Can Carly carry on? Mel, are you happy?
Yeah.
Mel,
And I can confirm I did speak with Steve, and at the time of after they had their in-person, I believe that they were 27 tickets shy of a sellout. So that was excellent from on the Monday when we did sort of a full court press when they only had 102 tickets sold. So that the community support, they came out and they supported even with that change of event. I do agree that it took me by surprise that they changed the event until I saw the initial announcement. So, I think better outreach to begin with there, maybe an earlier thing, but I thought it was great that they had it on a different weekend to spread that love around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
So now we have the economic development. So again, we looked at as you can see, the 2024 budget versus the actuals, and then our 2025 budget. So one of the initiatives that we're looking at is potentially leasing 217 Finlayson once the doctors are out of their space and moved into their brand new facility. And then we would turn that into an incubator. So we track requests for commercial office space that's affordable in our community. And right now we don't have a lot that's affordable or any. So we've started compiling a list, and a lot of times we're pulling it off of the Moose BC community Facebook page and doing outreach that way for people inquiring about office space release. So we thought that this could be a great way to help our entrepreneurial community get from their garage or their bedrooms into a very affordable office space. So as you can see, we had put it in the bottom part, we talked about the renovation costs, and within that renovation cost, that's also we've built in a lease cost to be negotiated if that's an approved initiative. But the overall goal is to provide office spaces that are fobbed or secure so that people can actually rent out a monthly office once, like I said, once that space has been adapted to support that type of an initiative. So we have that's up in the revenue line, and then the current DOSDC space, we would move down into Pacific Forum as our tourism and active offices. We use our beautiful, lovely, bright, sunny boardroom as an event space, which is currently being rented out right now on a monthly basis by BCIB and the Milk Acon group to do their staff, orientations. So when we get down into things like the fine items within the line items, if we're looking at other projects, partnership programs are something that we do every year as we work with our economic development counterparts, BC EDA, BC Business Council, and the Workforce Hub. We are looking at the digital highway signage. So we're in the process right now of discussing with Modi what that looks like. We've discovered that Modi does not like digital signage, and there's a lot of regulations around that if it's not on an Indigenous owned piece of land. So there's a very strict regulations about spacing and the type of digital advertising that you can do. So we are still working on that. So when we looked at our projected revenue, we did decrease that time to a 7-month period so that we have the time to review what those regulations are and get the sign off. We've got the SNEEZE support. So again, there's nothing specific that's under SNEEZE right now, but it is money there available if they require any funding for the initiatives that they're doing. And that's it.
Questions? Madam Mayor.
Thank you, through the chair. I love the digital board idea. I think it's brilliant. I think you guys should move forward with it. It was when we put it at Waterway, it was tough sledding for a while because and then to figure out the lighting on it. I mean, there's so many complications with that, right? Apparently we're lighting up people on the other side of town with the sign all night. So there are some complications, but it is doable. There's signs all over that are digital. So just keep fighting.
Yeah.
You'll find a space that can fit in, but I love that idea. And the idea of that is to sell advertising to folks in town and pay for the sign. Okay.
Yeah. So when we looked at getting feedback from businesses, one of the things that they always talk about is how expensive owning their own billboard spaces. And again, it's always tracking that ROI on a billboard is difficult. So collaborative marketing programs, I've spoken to Golden. They do a lot of collaborative marketing with their business through economic development. So this would be an avenue to, have a highway sign that, you're tracking how many people. I've got stats from Pattison of how many people actually travel by a standard billboard on the highway. So we can leverage that in our marketing to our businesses and give them an affordable way to advertise a static, not a moving picture, unfortunately, but a static image that would market their brand.
So Bailey.
Yeah, so just my same comment about the carryover, like, the district of Sycamus gives you $100,000 a year to economic development. Presumably in that fiscal year, I'd like to not see $100,000 carryover because that's what you have here. Because that says to me in finance, well, you don't need all that money. I can cut some of that. And that's what it kind of comes across as. So, I mean, when we give a budget, I'd just like to see the budget utilized for that fiscal year, but that's just me.
Yeah, if I can just address that. So the reason that we've had to squirrel away money is so that we didn't have to go to the bank to do any larger projects. So the 100,000, when you look at what that breaks down or what that leaves us with every year after we do, you know, some of the important programs with outreach and obviously the administrative wages and benefits, et cetera, to promote this, we're not left with a significant amount to make some really big plays to generate revenue. So for us, for the carryover, we've identified over that 5-year strategic plan, some big plays that we wanted to do, recognizing that we didn't want to have to come back to the district and ask for more money. At the same time, we wanted to make sure we had a way to service debt if we were going to go to SASU and ask for a loan. So what this carryover finally is allowing us to do is actually invest in some larger things, like potentially a sign or leasing a sign, while still being able to, pay for a renovation of a leased building to offer ways that we can generate revenue. So our whole goal is to obviously support and attract businesses, but also we want to become self-sufficient. Our goal has always been, we've put this in 3 years to be able to make enough revenue that we can come to you and say, thank you so much for your support over the years. We now are, we've got our feet under us and we want to, show that we have made the wise decisions to attract people into town, but also that we can now make our own money. So we aren't reliant on, a yearly fee for service. So that's always been our goal to ensure that we're still providing the services that are requested of us, but that we can be self-sufficient. So I get it. The carryover, when we look at it year over year and we talk about what we want to spend it, we then look at what our 5-year plan was or 3-year plan was and where we want to spend that money. And that is, trying to find ways to generate revenue.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'll accept that, but I would say that wasn't part of the 5-year agreement that council had. Council never said become revenue and self-sufficient. That was never part of the 5-year agreement as I read it, but that's fine. That's something we should talk about. But I do think when it's allocated, right, like you want to see those programs of monies spent because you want it to be a compounding thing, not held back, right? So just to go into the budget here a little bit, I mean, $100,000 for digital signage, I think, is that economic development or is that tourism? I mean, like, to me, that's more along the lines of tourism and marketing, not building economic development. So I question that line in this budget. If it goes into tourism and you want to say, well, MRDT, this would help bring more people to overnight stays and here's how we're going to do it, then that would make sense. But $100,000 for a digital signage, that is 1 year of the total allocated budget that we give to economic development. That's a lot of eggs to put in one basket for something that, how are you going to measure the success of that? I mean, we just got kind of done talking about measuring success for the money. And here, I mean, even with your revenue you have as 31,000, well, the cost would be $70,000 for one project, one initiative. I don't see that being a totally wise decision, and I don't see it actually under economic development either. So I don't know if you want to make any comments on that.
Sure. The $100,000 cost was to buy the signage outright. We are looking at lease options as well to reduce that and, that initial capital and test it. For the ROI, it is, again, you're looking at ways, what are we putting on the signage to allow us to measure, the effectiveness of the ads. The way we see it as economic development is we're giving the opportunity for our businesses to invest their marketing dollars in a very localized way at a much more affordable cost. So if they have a budget to go and advertise and market on billboards, or they've thought about it, and there's a couple groups that we're looking at combining ads to try and see if they could, afford a billboard for a 3-month period during the summer. This is helping them, giving them a digital footprint if they were going to spend the money anyway. So we looked at it as a way to help our businesses market themselves at an affordable way.
Councillor Bushel and Councillor Evans?
Yes, through the chair. Yeah, Carly, I kind of thought the same thing about the sign. It would be, it's back, but it is on, it's more of a tourism thing, I thought. I mean, ECDev, I'm not sure what we could put on the sign, right off the hop, but that was one thing. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about was the, walkthrough. Could we get a tour of the building? Because I know there was talking about renovations and things like that. Could we, as any other council would want to, go through the building and just, have a good look at the building itself? And I understand there was a report done, and I wouldn't mind seeing the report too, before we decide on anything there. That would be great.
Through the chair, yeah, we did a walkthrough when we started thinking about this idea last year. I will arrange it through Daryl and operations to get Shirley to book a time that works for everybody.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Evans.
Just a quick comment. I think the digital sign's a good idea because in 3 years, it's gonna pay for itself and it's gonna, with LEDs, it's gonna last a long time. And I think that, like, I've looked into signs and the costs are prohibitive for permanent ones, but this is a way that I think that a lot of businesses and a lot of tourism businesses will have a chance to spend money on the sign to get even events up there and things like that. So I think that it's a good investment myself because it's going to be something that pays for itself inside of 3 years and just keeps going. Because like some of those highway signs are like $700 a month for business, which makes it really hard for a small business. But now I can afford to get it up there. So,
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, but we're talking about the economic development budget. I mean, that would be a tourism focus in my mind, not an economic development one. And to use the entire budget or near the entire allocated budget for this year for one project, I question the economic development function of that. I really do. I've spent time in economic development in my career. I've never seen a proposal quite like that. Economic development is a lot of things, but it's not just one. And I think that needs a lot more thought. I really do. The only reason it's possible this year is because of the carryover as well, right? We take a look at the numbers and we figure out, well, how is this even possible, right? It's because we've taken money from other years and pushed it into here. And now we're saying, well, we got 100 grand. Let's do this digital signage thing. But I mean, if that was a proposal coming before someone who's investing in this, you'd say, well, show me the ROI on it. Show me what I'm getting and show how does this drive economic development, because this budget has to drive economic development. And the other flip side, I would say, is this is government getting into billboard rental space and the signage space. I don't know, that's not high on my priority list, to be totally honest, when it comes to economic development. There's plenty of billboards, there's other things, there's private sector that does some of these things. There might even be lots around around Sycamus that want to rent out their sign spaces, on their lot, and do things like that. But I just would like a second look at this, because I do think there's a lot of room for economic development. I just don't think this is necessarily going to be the best impact. If it is, I am absolutely open to being sold on it. I'm just saying I'm not sold on that, especially with that six-figure price tag. I think just the other point I want to make is, I know we have you doing economic development. We're going to have this, I guess, a little bit more, since this part-time person will be focused more on tourism. I would just, I'm kind of going through where we're putting money to build the economic development of Sycamus, and a lot of it's labor, and then it's the billboards. There's an Etsy grant that you're going to be working on. We do put money into Sneeze. Then we're talking about the incubator space. There's some expenses there. I just wonder if this is focused enough for an economic development program in Sycamus, whether we should be, this function normally goes out and tries to find businesses to invest or industrial places to rent, or there's a lot of different components, but I'm just wondering if it's just too concentrated on a couple of items. And I mean, I don't expect you to answer that, but because I don't want to put you on the spot to explain the billboard side of it, because I do think it needs to be built out a little bit more in terms of the value and the potential upside. I mean, there's also risk. I mean, in terms of those billboards lasting 3 years, they might not. They might get damaged. There's a lot of different things. Like you can't just naturally assume that you do it and it's problem free. Anyways, that's just my comments on it.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, thanks. And I can appreciate, everything around this conversation. I do believe that there is the electronic billboards. I do believe that they do add value because I was a business that had one. So I do. And you know what? We put it in, I don't know, 15 years ago, and it's still being used today. So, and it does, when you go by it, you do read it. So I know that there is some return on investment for a fact. Like, I'm not making this up, but that is just my opinion. And I do believe that there is crossover. To Councillor Evans's point, the smaller businesses in town that can't afford that, I think that adds some space for them to advertise. And I believe that people coming in do notice that, you know what, there is that vehicle for either advertising or people coming in and seeing that we do advertise the district of Sycamoose. The incubators that you mentioned, I think that a lot of ECDEV boards do have looked at that, and some do sponsor those because they're really good. Bring new businesses in, as well as folks that want to get out of their basements. So that's I think incubators are a really good idea. I think that what was my third point here? I just, you know what, there is going to be a lot of crossover is what I'm saying. So, and I think that I think it's important, and it's something that maybe we do need to dig in a little bit deeper for some numbers, return on investment for, and maybe define a little bit more about how economic development and tourism fit into that. Yeah. Maybe there are a few more questions that need to be answered, defined.
Any more questions? Oh, CAO Garcon.
If I may, Carly, because from what I understand, the discussions with the Economic Development Board, so using the billboard, electronic billboard as an example. So when you're talking about return on an investment, so just the revenue generated from the advertising is one component. And then in addition to that is the information and matrix that you're asking for that can be determined. And behind the scenes, a lot of the work in terms of economic development from a business retention and attraction perspective, ECDEV Group does a lot of work, and that's in concert with and has to be, closely integrated with the organization, like our development services branch, right? And the thing that was really attractive to me, was, and you brought it up, Councillor Evans, is that local business, right? If they have a mechanism whereby they can advertise effectively at a reduced rate, then you are protecting the interests of the local business. You're sustaining local business. I wouldn't look at it as a competition to others, but I look at it as a grassroots approach to provide a service, not per se a service, but a mechanism for them to promote their business for the economic welfare of not only their business, but the economy of our community as well. And that's my understanding from the perspective that the board was looking at. Correct?
Correct. Madam Mayor and Councillor Bush.
Thanks. I just remembered what I was going to say. So just a couple of things. I don't feel that ECDEV having a digital sign is cutting into private industry. That would be like, if the district of Sycamoose had a parking lot and we charged for parking, then that would kind of be the same thing. So I don't feel that. And just to address the economic development team looking to attract businesses into Sycamoose, just so everyone is aware, ECDEV doesn't report back on businesses that they've reached out to. They don't report. It's not like we've got businesses dropping out of the sky that want to come to Sycamoose. And I know for a fact, ECDEV is aggressively reaching out to businesses to come to Sycamoose. I know that they've reached out to several bike shops. I know that we have reached out to several developers as far as, you know, as a hotel in Sycamoose. There's a lot of things that ECDEV is reaching out to, and maybe that's something that council, this board needs to see, you know, businesses that you're working on that would satisfy attraction, right? Because I think that right now, I think some of the council is feeling that your focus isn't on bringing business, attracting business. And I know that you guys are working at that. So perhaps that's something that you could share with council.
Sure, and through the chair, for my quarterly updates, that I will add that to the list of just talking about where, you know, where the ones that are comfortable with us talking about where they're looking at investing, et cetera, then yes, and a lot of the businesses that we do have conversations with are around that retention piece, and it's growing businesses like the Brats, where they've come into town and they've recognized, you know, we've sat for hours with them talking about their vision for the community, and our collective, you know, experience and brain power on our board are dedicated to going out and meeting with these businesses and developers, talking about how it is that they can grow their business or, you know, avenues around town where there's opportunities to, you know, support their growth to keep them here, but also looking at when the planning and development department sends us people that are just inquiring about Sycamoose, we are able to give them our investment package and our community profile to showcase sort of the assets that we have built under economic development, but that helps support that conversation of why they should look at Sycamoose to invest. The challenge then in terms of conversation is where are the commercial lease spaces available? We have 2 right now that are, you know, brand new that I'm working with Amar to help, you know, keep that that conversation going with businesses that do come to town, but again, cost prohibitive, which layers into why the incubator space was developed. You know, what we look at, we share with new development and businesses that are looking at coming to town, we always share what has been brought to council and is out there. So we've got the EL construction, commercial spaces that are going to be coming available, the houses that are being built to support the conversation around who do I hire or where do I house the staff that I'd like to bring here. So it's an ongoing conversation and I'd be happy to share those. Perhaps that's a miss on my part, not outlining all of the businesses that we are in touch with or developers that we are working with to ensure that, you know, you guys are comfortable with those, you know, that's the way that my board is working to enhance economic development in town.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Bushel, Councillor Bailey.
Yep, through the chair. Yeah, the sneeze program support. I support sneeze 100%, and I almost think it, you know, should be more. There should be more money spent on sneeze for the channel, and the channel is so important for Sycamoose. We get it developed and get a walkway on the waterfront to make it a vibrant area. And I just don't know. And it's just a conversation that, you know, should it be coming from ECDEV or should it be coming from the district? And I do support. I think we should actually, you know, bump it up to 10,000 and not 5. Myself, that's just my opinion, and maybe Dean or Daryl could comment on it. I don't know.
Yeah. Can we comment on that?
Sneeze is the program or the group that started working on the channel, and I just, like I say, it's really important.
So I've sent an email into the SAO. I'm not sure if we're commenting on it now or not, but
Okay.
There is going to be further discussion during the budget of that potential of additional funds for seniors for this.
Councillor Bailey.
I'm actually not questioning. I do think you are doing all that work around bringing businesses in town. I have no question about that. Like I've heard it, you and I've talked, so that's not my point. My point on this was is $100,000 that we're giving, and $100,000 going to this project. Like it's, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna get to be known as the hard ass here and pinch every penny, but that's what I'm gonna do. It's just $100,000 I look at going, well, do you need to spend 100,000? Maybe if you're gonna try something new, don't spend 100,000, spend 50. And then that other 50,000, that's a 1% tax decrease for us this year. And I mean, I'm not sold on $100,000 for it. Really not. Not when I can take that money and I can lower taxes or keep taxes lower. I mean, this is like why we're having this meeting today, is where are we allocating resources? And what are we doing with it, right? And DevCorp is part of that. I mean, they're wholly owned by the people of Sycamoose. That's what they are. And so we're gonna put another $100,000 in, and looking at where it's going, I'm just not sold on it. That's what I'm saying. I think if I take a look at the budget right now, let's come out right and say it. I'll say, I think I can take out $50,000 from this, and that's a 1% tax increase. And then maybe you can put $50,000 into digital signage and we can reevaluate how it goes. But that's, I guess, the purpose of today. So I'm okay not to do that, but I do think more information has to come to council on really big items like this, right? Because there's 7 people that got elected and you're voting on $100,000 will be used of taxpayers' money for digital signage on the highway. And I'm just questioning whether it's carryover or whether it's new, right? It's ultimately all been taxpayers' money. I'm just questioning whether that is the best use of expenditures at this point in time. And if it is, great. Give me a proposal, show it, sell it, and say, here, council, this is all of the stuff that this will do around economic development. And this is how it'll drive it, and this is how we'll recoup our money. No problem. But that's not what I have in front of me right now. What I have in front of me is just a line item for $100,000. I don't even know what these things would look like. I mean, there's a lot more due diligence I would do normally for a request of this level than just having it in a budget. And I feel like I need more.
Pam, and then Madam Mayor, and then CAO Dean.
The chair, I'm, just listening to everybody. I think Ian has a point. Is there any way we can table this decision now so that we can have more of a discussion around the amount of money? Yeah, just listening to everybody's discussion, that's kind of what I'm feeling.
Thank you, Pam. Sorry, did you have Madam Mayor? Bianca had her hand up first and I didn't address her and I apologize.
Yeah, so I think we can table discussion. I think Carly's heard you all loud and clear. Bring back the signage piece is more of like a business case for why we want this. Bring that back. We'll leave the requisitioned amount and everything as is.
Yep.
For now, but we can bring it back, just like we've done with some of the other projects, or they've presented before, and their concept of the ferry and like those kinds of things, can come back by themselves. So we're not, we're solely focused on that with some more detail. And I know like Mike and a few people on the board are really passionate about a potential sign, so maybe we can get them in the room too.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, through the chair. 2 points. First of all, this is economic development. And this is what they're proposing. If we need a little bit more information, fine. But the fact is, economic development is proposing something to council. And if we're going to sit here and micromanage how ECDev is, and I understand it's taxpayers' money, don't get me wrong, but they're also an ECDev Corp. And their job is to enhance and drive economic development. To that point, they do have a right to the money that we give them to put something together and present it to us. Money shouldn't be a question here. And if we need some more money on the signs, that's fine. To economic development's point, and to $50,000 of taxpayers' money, there's 2 sides and it's a catch-22. And here we sit as council, businesses, taxpayers. If we don't invest in our community, if we don't attract, we don't gain taxes. If we don't support our businesses, they lose traction. They lose on this. So it truly is a catch-22 because we have to invest in our community and we have to make sure that we are staying ahead. And if in tough times, if we are not investing, then if we wouldn't have invested last year during forest fires or during COVID, what would our economy look like? We need to make sure that we are helping our small businesses as much as we can. Need to make sure that we're paying attention to ECDEV. I think it's really important. I think it's X-22. You know, and I understand it's $50,000 for the taxpayers' money, but it's also businesses in town that need that support as well as our taxpayers. You know what? If we didn't have a grocery store here and you had to drive to Salmon Arm, or if we had a smaller grocery store here and it drives up prices, we need to pay attention to our community and the growth of our community. So I think this is really important. And I think it's key that we keep this conversation, maybe just get a little bit more detail on that bill, but it's economic development and it's about the entire community and taxpayers. So just saying.
CAO.
Just gonna make a comment. So Carly did outline at the beginning, there is a number of details they're working on. So there would be additional reporting that will come back to council with those details, advising you as to what the plan is. But at this point in the year with the annual budget, the way we're set up for it, we don't want to come in the middle of the year from economic development and say, we've got a new $100,000 request parachute. So we want it planned ahead of time. There would be more details that'll come later for it, but that's the intent of putting these in as a line item at this point is it gets part of the budget, part of your deliberation. It's not parachuted in halfway through the year and we're trying to figure out where $100,000 is. This is coming now, so we have a bit of a pre-plan for it. There's details that will come. There's more information that will come before the formal trigger gets pulled. But this is to have the place mark for this initiative that economic development's identified.
Councillor Bailey.
I think we're having a bit of a a philosophical discussion here or a directional discussion. I probably don't agree with the mayor that this is ECDEV. Well, we own it, we pay for it, the taxpayers do. So this is exactly the conversation we should be having. They are not an arm's length body. We appoint the board fully, and they are funded through MRDT money that the District of Sycamus collects. So it's okay to have these conversations. And this is what we get elected to do, is all I'm saying. Not saying that this is not useful. This is not a good thing, but how does anybody know? Right? I mean, it's a line item right now in terms of having it proven out or having some data around it. There's nothing in front of us. And that's my point. I'm just not prepared to say, hey, we give economic development $100,000 a year every year. And we're doing that again. That's what's in the budget here. That's what we're ultimately discussing here is granting $100,000 for economic development services to the District of Sycamus Development Corporation. I'm just saying, like, that $100,000 is going to a digital signage campaign. So the entire year budget this year will go to that or the carryover, whatever, right? And I'm saying when we give that level of money, I think we just need some more information and we need to know what the ROI on that is. And in terms of supporting businesses, okay, we could say that it is. I'm not sure if it does. I'm not sure. I'm a small business owner of 2 businesses here. I'm not sure if a digital signage gives you that bottom line result that we're looking for. I'm not convinced of that. So, but again, if there's a case for it, I'm more than willing to hear it. Also, what's the difference between spending $100,000 on advertising on a digital board or taking that and putting it into digital ads and a whole bunch of other things we could do equally to support businesses? There's a lot of ways, if we're talking about marketing money and advertising money, there's a lot of different ways and a lot of different things you can put $100,000 into to amplify the brand of Sycamus, the economic brand of Sycamus, other than maybe stationary signs. Again, I'm more than willing to listen to the benefit of this and what the grand kind of plan is, but I think this needs to come back to council with some more, with a bigger presentation, considering the value that we're talking about here, the cost that we're talking about. So I don't know how we want to proceed since a delegation, whether we come back to this or.
CEO, I don't have Sarah here whispering in my ear, so I'm going to let you where we go.
So council could request that the Economic Development Commission come back for more details before initiating the project, which I think their intent was. And so the details could remain in the budget as part of the plan. However, council requests that a detailed analysis be presented as part of what the full plan is. And they've got more information they need to gather as well. So requesting that of the Economic Development, which is, as you noted, a branch of the district. Requesting that prior to the project being moved forward for initiation is fully within your realm.
Madam Mayor?
And I agree. I'm not disagreeing that we shouldn't have what this looks like, see what this, because it's our community, right? And it's about our businesses. So I agree. But I mean, the budget's a budget. I guess that's what we're voting. That's what we're moving forward today is the amount that, I mean, we've got one line item and that we're hung up on, but at the end of the day, it's the budget, I think is what we're looking at.
Bianca?
For her agreement with ACTEV, they just need approval over their budget, but if there's like this one line item that like council isn't like wants more information on, that's fine. The $100,000 is actually the one that's in our financial plan that we have to really nail down to get our bylaws in place.
Yeah.
This is kind of a separate beast. So because if you have one line item that you guys aren't, satisfied on at this point, that's okay. We don't have to make the decision today. Do not.
Yeah, and I think
All right.
when we're making the active and tourism financial give, we need to know what we're giving to. So when we give that money, if it's something that we're like, wow, that's something we need more information on, not really sure we want to give you $100,000 this year, if that's all going to this. And I'm not saying that, I'm saying that's the discussion here today. So moving forward, you need to kind of know where the money's going before you can make the decision, because if it's something where council's all iffy on, that's a lot of money. Then maybe when we give to ACTEV this year, we go, we're not happy with $100,000. So I mean, I think it's a bit of a chicken and egg. And so we have to be prepared when we do give that blessing of the $100,000 to ACTEV, that we are comfortable that it's being spent, because ACTEV can spend it where they like, right? So they do have a board and they vote that way. So we do have to be comfortable. Madam Mayor.
Okay, I'll just be really quick. So if that $100,000 line item wasn't in there, this is the regular budget, right? I mean, if they were borrowing that money and that wasn't in there and just the payment for that money was, like, if you went to Saskew's and borrowed that $100,000 and your payment in there was, I don't know, whatever it was, what, 5%? We'd be having this discussion.
Yes, we would.
Yeah, no, and I mean, we're only discussing one line item here. So I guess my point is, if they were borrowing the money and this wasn't $100,000 sitting on here and ACTEV wanted to move forward with a board.
But should they be borrowing that money then, and we just give them 50 grand and they borrow at 5% and we cut the ACTEV budget? So, and then save taxpayers a percentage.
I guess, yeah, but I guess sorry,
but it's Ian.
No, you can finish.
It's okay.
I was just gonna say, the reason we're talking about it is it's 100% of the budget this year, that line item. So that's why I'm discussing it. And two, if you take a look at it overall, it's about 40% of the budget for the entire year next year on economic development. And, sorry, it's the way my brain looks, I see numbers like that. I want to know details. I want to be sold. And so I think, why don't we do this, if I could suggest something? Because this is going to be maybe more collaborative, is leave the $100,000 in. Why don't council and Dev and Dev Corp have a discussion about the best use of that $100,000 towards economic development? You could keep digital signage as one of the items, and then we come back and we say, okay, Ian, you have some problems with Gord or Mayor. Okay, let's talk about that 100 grand and where we think it's going to be most impactful and work together on how that's going to going to go forward. Rather than, I'm not trying to nitpick, I'm not trying to take the money out of the budget, I'm just red flagging something for me, right? And that I felt, but I'm happy to keep it in, but I think it would be really good for council and DevCorp to sit down and say, we got this 100 grand in pot in terms of money, and where do we think the bang for the buck is, and go forward on that basis. If that sounds good to everybody, I think I'd be fine.
Councilor McCabe?
Yeah, thank you. Thank her. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think we're micromanaging a bit. We've got DevCorp for a reason. They're coming to us with a proposal. I'm not an accountant. I'm not a marketing expert. That's what this group is for. You're coming to us with a proposal, and it's not 100% of the budget. It's $100,000 carried over from last year. The budget this year is 250. So I think the council's wrong when they're saying it's 100% of this budget. It's not. The budget's 250,000 this year, and the 100,000 is a carryover from last year. I think we could get benefit, and I think we need small business to access cheap, inexpensive ways of marketing their businesses, and this is one avenue for that.
Hey, Mayor.
I'm good, thank you. I'm okay, leave it in, we can have a discussion. Carly, are you good with that?
Sure. So just to confirm, that would be outside or of a council meeting, or coming back to council and having a discussion like this at a?
Yeah, have it outside of council.
Have it outside.
Yeah.
And we can have a workshop or something, or just get to the work. You guys have a workshop? Sure.
All right, everybody's good on this discussion? Thank you, Carly.
We are so sorry, Carly. Good job, Carly.
We're still moving on new business. Our fire department's been sitting very nicely.
Patiently.
So then I've got on next our draft agreement for management of accommodation facilities, Eagles. Is that you?
I'm gonna try to make this as short.
This is money coming in. This is money coming in.
Let's do it. So I think it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so based on Sheila's presentation at the last committee of the whole, I want to say it was. We have done up a draft agreement. We're calling it a partnership for the management of the modular accommodation facility. So it would start July 1st and would run, the initial term would be to the end of their next season, March 31st, 2026. With the option to extend. So what the Eagles are really looking to do is for that July and August, really get a feel on what renting that facility out would be like. See where those revenues are at, and if it doesn't make sense, because really this first term is a trial. Let's see it. We think we can make it happen, and then if they would like to extend, we would extend it for a year. See how that goes, and then possibly do this going forward. And doing that with partnering agreement, so it's agreement for service. Then we outline what they're getting. So the Eagles would be getting a reduced rate of $3,500 a month during their regular hockey season. And then in the off season, the Eagles would retain 50% of the profits from the off season rentals. It's a very quite detailed agreement, it's 10 pages long. But I'll just kind of highlight more of the key points. So they'd be managing the building, basic maintenance. Like it would take a lot of coordinating off of our own labor, because they could bring in, a little electrician to do a little maintenance here and there and stuff like that. Big things would still stay on us. But just general basic maintenance would be on the Eagles to coordinate. So typical damage deposit, monthly rent during the season of $3,500 plus GST, be done in the first of those months. And then a profit share. So the profit share running from April 1st to August 31st. We're not going to be doing monthly reconciliations. Nobody likes those. We'll just do it for the entire period with financial report and payment due October 31st. So the profit share, we go into detail here too, so revenue for all rental income. Subtracts operating expenses that pertain to, you know, management, they can't, you know, have some of their Eagles expenses in there for hockey stuff. It has to be dedicated to the eligible expenditures. And if there's anything that they're not sure about or anything, they can contact district staff to just confirm, and we can give them the green light, I guess, that's an eligible expenditure and be other than that, if anyone has any questions, if you read the entire 10 pages, gold star.
Bushel.
Sure, yeah, I like what we're doing here and really looking forward to working with the Eagles. Just a question on the upgrades or the repairs. We talked about the downspouts that are off the building and the setting of the building. Are we gonna hand it to them in good condition, or are they, who's gonna be responsible for that beforehand? You know, it's just something we should look at.
Yeah.
And also, what else did I have? Oh, we talked about fencing as well, but I didn't know what we were doing there.
To the chair, we'll make sure it's in good condition when they get in there. There'll have to be some adjustments made, I think, going in with the leveling.
Any other questions on this? Madam Mayor.
Thank you through the chair. I know I saw this somewhere, but I can't find it now. It's in here somewhere. We're covering the propane, the utilities, the internet, all that stuff. Do we know what the annual cost for that is based on when they were in there prior to now? Like not what it's like sitting empty, but what were those costs?
So overall, so it's just later in the,
Yeah, I think I know I saw it
and
somewhere.
with the tax increase, so I've kind of done some projections. So hydro and propane, the hydro actually pulls from the Quonset behind. So some of this is it does reflect a little bit of parks as well. Propane, that building is heavily propane. It's not, doesn't draw enough, we don't have enough electricity there. Things like the oven and everything is on propane. So fully utilized, we're thinking at least over $10,000 a year for just hydro and propane. And then internet's fixed. If they want to improve their internet, that'll be at their cost. Total net, next year, we're proposing a net income for us of about $16,000. Not a moneymaker, but
Not a
you know,
moneymaker, a couple $100, a couple bucks a month to keep it going.
And I'd say that they're only putting half kids in. They were at 22 and they're gonna go down to 10. And through Shuswap Granting Foundations, they got a Starlink, so we probably won't be putting internet in there.
I should also note too, so like, cause we put this out there to the public, like, give us your ideas. Harley asks, like, email Anderson, the construction companies, not interested in this facility. It's not meant for that sort of thing. Grown men do not want to live in these corners for long periods of time.
Councillor Bailey and then Madam Mayor.
I mean, you're right. It's not a huge money maker, but it's actually something the last council wanted to kind of use this for this purpose. And now we get to do it again without having us to manage it, and we get a little bit of money. This is good. I mean, unfortunately, it's too bad that it sat there just this last year, but I'm glad we're getting on it now because it is something that should be used versus just slowly decaying and rotting there. And I think if we don't have people use this facility, that's what's going to happen. And it would be a real shame because I think this could turn into something really good, I feel. Yeah.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you through the chair. And I'm going to echo that as well, because I've always felt that this should stay. We built it for a hockey school. So I always feel like it should stay as a community or sports facility of some sort where you're housing and you've got, hockey schools in the summer and it can be utilized by that. I just have one quick question because I'm really happy about this. But one quick question. So it'll house 10 hockey players without a house mom or, so I guess are there any insurance implications or anything like that? I mean, as a facility like this, is there?
They're, through the chair, so they'll all be their older hockey players, because there is a range, right? They're not all in high school and everything like that. I think they go up to
I think it's that.
20 years old.
Yeah.
Like, so it'll be their older, and there'll be a vetting process for those. And then they'll also be using the space to some team functions and stuff like that. And also also another note, so this facility previously in past years, the only other really constant annual user has been softball tournaments. So at this point, per our agreement, if softball wants to use the facility, they will have to pay for it. So next year, that might be something that we consider, you know, take our half of profits, like we don't, our revenue from that, we can look at that next year, but for other users that currently are using the facility, softball is the only other local user currently using it.
Council.
Through the chair,
Sorry.
thank you, through the chair. I just want to say that this building is a huge asset to this community. Every season, whether it's got hockey players or ball players or whatever, and not every community has the ability to provide accommodation for their sports teams or for any other event that comes in that needs a space. And so I see this as an absolute critical asset, and we need to maintain it in good condition, and we need to utilize it as much as we can every season of the year.
Yeah, I think this is a great deal. And I mean, which I always say, the Eagles are such a huge part of our community. They bring 200 to 500 people every Friday night into our arena. Their fans come in, they shop at our restaurants, their parents come here and look around. The kids tend to stay through the summer and work at our businesses. So I think this brings a little bit of income. It houses the boys, keeps our Eagles going, and it's a win-win for Sycamores in my mind. Are we, Madam Mayor.
I think we need a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the modular accommodation.
This will come back to a regular.
Okay.
So as long as we're
Sorry.
good and everything, we can bring it to a regular. I also believe we probably have to advertise it because it is kind of like a lease. They're going to be using our building.
Okay.
So this will come back to a regular.
I like.
So
Okay, just
we're good.
trying to get it all done.
Oh,
I got things to do.
I know.
are now, did the draft agreement for management accommodation of facility. So funds for the Sycamores Narrows, i.e. SNE support, dredging in investigations, etc. Back
So
up.
I'm gonna go to fire. next.
I was just gonna
So they-
ask if
Sure, to get
we
this
could move fire up.
If anyone wants to, I don't know if we want to.
Do we want to,
Yeah,
At noon.
would we like to have a 10-minute break
I'll take 6.
first?
That's
If
fine.
not, you don't get a
No.
discussion. You get 10 or no.
Fine, yeah.
So we are going to take a
I'll take 6.
fire up.
That was the gross.
That was a little heavy.
That was impressive.
We're moving along here, folks.
It was a tiny bit aggressive.
Okay,
Going back into, our select financial meeting, and, we will ask our fire chief to come up, and we're gonna do his presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? No, can't hear me?
Louder, please.
Okay. Slow down.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks again. Thanks everyone for the opportunity to present Sycamores fire budget. The proposed budget aligns with our operational priorities while ensuring fiscal responsibility. Our focus remains on firefighter training, operational readiness, and sustaining the high level of service that's expected by the community. So these are our current revenue streams. Through the CSRD, we have fire suppression agreement for service areas, which includes the IR number 3 area, which is basically Mara Hills Golf Course between them. The majority of Canby Salsqua that ends before Enquist, and properties east of 2545 Salsqua Road. The revenue is a percentage of the total net fire suppression budget based on converted assessment. So for fire suppression agreement for Annis Bay, that's based on fixed fee for 61 grants. Grants that we have annual through UBCM for fire equipment and training. And this year's grant includes 5 sets of turnout gear, which is a big bonus for us. Miscellaneous, the department has historically held small amount of fire sprinklers for purchase. So in future development, we'll be looking at draft bylaws and enforcement fees. So we are working on proposed bylaws and amendments that align with comparable fire services in similar sized communities. And these will include the MTI format for enforcement, structures to support bylaw, new fine structures for non-compliance, such as suppression costs for illegal outdoor burns. So this could be anything from as big as a burn pile to a beach fire if we're in the ban. These measurements will support, new fine structures for non-compliance, such as suppression costs for illegal large outdoor burns. And these measures will support fire prevention efforts while generating revenue to sustain enforcement operations. So with Econ, we have a great partnership with them that we look forward on growing and continuing. They've covered an external cost for training 12 of our members for high angle rope rescue, something that they are in desperate need of, and we were happy to oblige. So that's a cost savings of $9,000. The training is to be used on high angle rope rescues, including helping other agencies when called upon, for example, road rescue. So our paid on call firefighter wages, the honorariums are based on the remuneration policy number F10. Callouts, well, they're estimated based on average costs of around $2,900 a month. Budget does not include any new services for 2025, while medical calls have been explored. Right now, they're not proposed for 2025. Practices have been an increase in the member attendance, while the department has not grown outside of our apparatus and our infrastructure. The consistent participation has improved. While remuneration policy F10 has been, there's always been a provision for duty crew, but it has never been previously used. Monthly duty crew is paid for member time spent maintaining and checking the fleet equipment. It's heavily tied to health and safety, and to make sure that all our apparatus and fire hall in general are prepared for emergencies. Standby is estimated for coverage of all statutory holidays and long weekends. And fire inspections have been adjusted to closer to actuals. We do have a lot of strategies in place for that. With the addition of the short-term rentals, this increase was needed. So operating and expenditure changes. There's one conference for myself this year that's budgeted for. Telephone and fax. So this is a rip and run. This is a huge added value for us that was added in 2024. And it helps with call-out communications and strategic planning of members arriving to the fire hall and managing a fire scene from the word go. Janitorial. So previously we had a designated member that would do the janitorial services. We decided that we're going to manage it ourselves to save some money. We're going to include it in our scheduling and as part of our duties. Materials and supplies increased to better reflect prior actuals. For example, this is a huge cost. One order of foam used in engines 8 and engine 9's costs about over $4,000. It's an incredible amount. Uniforms and coveralls increased to better reflect proper uniform replacements, and that's again in health and safety. And building maintenance increased to $5,000 due to the age of the building. So fire prevention, remove line item 2K is to push to move more education to Fire Smart programs, which is grant funded. Vehicle pool. So historical spending on vehicle and fleet maintenance averaged about $28,000 from 2019 to 2023. And in 2024, major repairs and maintenance issues were discovered, only over $73,000. So increase of $47,000 in 2025 is projected to maintain equipment and fleet standards. And this is for our safety and obviously for any CPSE requirements. Equipment replacement, small equipment such has been reduced to $5,000 this year, as no large purchases are expected for 2025. So IT services, we were looking at reducing some of the accounts and emails for lieutenants and other officers. However, it was determined that the savings are negligible compared to potential loss operational efficiency. So it's about $3,000. Dispatching, so the cost is based on the CSRD agreement with Surrey Dispatch. While the amount is increased to $8,000 for dispatching services is reasonable, especially considering who's available and what those services look like for other contractors and agencies. The training center, the cost is based on agreement with the CSRD and Salmon Arm for the use of the Shuswap Training Center, and that's near the Shuswap Regional Airport. For hydrant maintenance, all hydrants are maintained by the utility team and not the fire department. So here's our training plan for 2025. As you can see, the NFPA standard, we have 4 members. For air brake certification, we'll have 6 fire service instructor, fire officer 1 and 2. We have 4, 5, and 2 applicants. Finding evaluation, that's for myself to complete my fire officer 4. And of course, the high angle rescue, which is already done and supported by ACON. Again, over $9,000 paid to instructors and training to be used on high angle rope rescues and support other agencies in the area. Excuse me, budget and operational impact. So we remain committed to being operationally lean and efficient for this budgetary year while ensuring and maintaining the high service levels. So current and future focuses investing in training to enhance firefighter capabilities, coverage to improve overall response time, exploring best ways to expand the POC membership to meet the community's growth needs. So current expected membership growth, 30 would be optimum for what we have right now, depending on the growth of the community. We would definitely have to look at another model, and it could be double that one day, could 3 to 5 years from now, depending on the growth of the community. These initiatives are critical to maintaining a strong emergency response. So I wanted to mention here a little bit of added value of our members. We did a little bit of digging, and you can see the 4 tabs there: operations, administration, fire prevention, training, and recruitment. So these are our top priorities. And we calculated in 6 months the contributions from our officers and firefighters totaled 1,200 hours in just 6 months, which is a value of about $55K when we average out what the salaries and payments are throughout fire departments similar to our size. And I can't speak enough about our members and how they contribute. Time is an amazing thing to give up among the call volume and the hardships also. So this is an immense achievement from the team. Okay, wildfire response. So in the past years, the department has brought in various amounts of wildfire deployments through the SPU and some of our apparatus. So between 2021 and 2024, we saw net revenue with the exception of 2022, where there was none. So more common than not. A portion of the above net revenues have been transferred to fire equipment reserve at the year end. And as wildfire activity has been increasing over past years, the fire department plans to continue improving our training efforts. So it's proposed that a new wildland deployment set up as follows. So net revenues from the deployment to be put in a reserve, and the expenditures be sent on wildfire training and preparation efforts, and SPU unit requirements and equipment. So in conclusion, this budget prioritizes our operational efficiency, sustainability, and community safety, while minimizing financial strain on the district. I look forward to your feedback and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion? Councilor Evans.
Thank you through the chair. Chief, who covered dispatch before? So are you looking to change that?
No, it's such a tremendous value that the deal that we have through the CSRD is they're paying for the majority of it, because we are a hub for other departments for Swansea and for Malacqua. So for us to go out on our own, it'd be a huge ticket item. Yeah, so no, we're not looking to change that. We see the value in it and we want to maintain that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Councilor Bushel.
To the chair, thank you, Chief, for everything you and your team does for Sicamous and the surrounding area. A question on the road rescue. I know your original draft was you pulled out the road rescue. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
I didn't hear all of your question about
road rescue. You pulled the road rescue out of the first draft, your first draft.
Yeah, right now we're continuing discussions with EVR, and we're going to be continuing discussions in March. We'll return to the table. So there's not much I can comment right now until we have another discussion with them.
Okay, but you are still you guys are still working on.
We are, yes. We'll be having another discussion in March to hopefully finalize some things.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bailey.
I just had, I guess, a question to Bianca or the chief. So with the reduction, looks like we have net cost reductions of 36,000. I just want to make sure I understand this right. About 17,000 of that reduction is from the road rescue that we took out of this year. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I think it was 8,000, just over 8,000 was road rescue. 8,400 was road rescue.
Okay.
36.
Okay, sorry about, yeah, perfect. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Oh, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay, brother. Chief, thank you so much, and thank you to your team as well for all that you do. Well, this is a big increase. I also see that we've been sitting a little status quo for a few years, and as our community grows, our resources need to grow along with that, right? And the support team needs to be trained. When you look at things that are going up in our community, you know, you look at the developments, right? Like Temple, Thompson, Martin Street, 2 Mile, Old Town Bay, the seniors housing. Our resources will be required to go up. And I think that being progressive and moving forward is really good. I feel like in the past, we didn't put enough resources, and Bianca, you can probably address this better than I can. We haven't put enough resources towards fire in the past compared to where we're going now, which I think is beneficial. But can you tell us the difference in the past few years compared to now? Can you kind of?
Yeah, so through the chair, so in the past, I would say from a finance perspective, the directive before I even came in was, well, from previous, you know, CAOs and everything was, they're doing what they're doing, they're putting out the fires, leave them be. So we only really got what information that we were given, you know, I want a couple thousand here, a couple thousand there, we presented to council, it was approved. I would say this year was a collaborative approach that I don't know if has ever been done before, where like we had lieutenants, captains, pretty much like people that I've never even met before come in and kind of just go over it as a team and like, what makes this fire department tick? Where before they were kind of left to their own little department and there wasn't as much, I would say, collaboration and maybe a little less accountability. And in that, like this last year, our fleet needed some major repairs because of that. And I think these discussions and, you know, reminding that the fire department is a part of the DOS. They're not separate from the DOS. They are the DOS. And I think going forward, like that's really being solidified. And over the last year, we've really seen like a rejuvenation of, you know, we've had some members that left for a while and they're back. So, which is really exciting. And the participation rates at practice have really gone up, which I think from like, everyone might not see it because you don't have a fire at your house, and knock on wood, that never happens. But I think from the participation levels, when we do have a fire, we have firefighters coming that are well trained and ready. So.
Could I follow? Thank you. Thank you to the chair.
Sure.
And I can appreciate that. And I can appreciate that being on council for the last little while too, because we didn't pay as much attention to fire. And it was that sort of status quo. Yeah, they're doing their job, let them do their job, but we are a growing community. And we do need to be able to have the services required to assist our community in case of emergency or case of fire. So I think that I think that you're doing a great job, and we didn't maintain our equipment. There was a bit of maintenance issue. So moving forward, I think this is really positive, and I'm happy to see the volunteers. Like now you're going to start recruiting once a year as opposed to looking for volunteers continually. So that's a huge shift as well. So can you tell me what, based on this year's increase, and I feel like it kind of brings us to a level where, you know, it's important for our community. what does next year look like? Like, did I don't know if I saw 26 in here or not, so, but just, what does 26 look like as far as an increase? Are we kind of leveled off here? Is it gonna be as big, or what does the future look like?
Well, we're looking to be lean this year because there's so much that we had to take care of. What we want to do is be as efficient as we can. So as economical as we can on so many levels. There's a lot of aspects of our service that doesn't necessarily have to cost time and money. It's just better planning. For example, the recruitment. Before it was piecemeal. People would come in, they would test the waters, and we're done with that. We only want the best. The community deserves the best. The call volume that we have here is right for the size of the town, but we get every kind of call here. We get everything. Everything that I've experienced in my career with maybe less ODs working in the downtown east side. So our aim is to be efficient, and with the recruitment process, we found a new way where we will have people on probation for 3 months before they ever get paid to see if they fit. This way we get the best people. They have to compete. They have to want to be there. And we're adding more value and culture to the fire department. And I owe that to my officers because they heard me and they get me and they understand me. And now as a collective, we're developing what we want to be, the professionals that you expect, and we're going to deliver that. So I'm excited. I'm excited, and it's going to be a lot more refined, and you will see it more and more. You will see people wanting to come in to be part of the fire department, and they might not make it, and that's okay. We have those standards for a reason, and we stay strong on those standards. So a long answer, my apologies, but 2026 will be another growth, and we're going to do our best to make sure that we're economical on it, right? We need to start looking at the wildland interface and our hazard risk vulnerability analysis. That's something that I feel very strong on. So I'm going to do my best to make that as economical as possible and work with the CSRD. But from what we could project, there are no big ticket items next year. So hopefully a little bit of a, not much of a change from this year.
I've got Councillor McCabe, I've got Councillor Bushel, I've got Councillor Beach, and then Councillor Evans.
It's quite the lineup. Thank you, through the chair. A couple of questions. What is duty crew payment? And the second question is, what is paid on-call membership? And I guess on both those questions, if you could explain what they are, and has the district of Sicamous used those in the past, or are they fairly new?
So I'll touch on the POC, the paid on call. So with the remuneration policy, thanks to Shauna and our collaboration, POC members, firefighters are now employees. So that has changed from past practice where they were strictly volunteer. So paid on call is now an employee of the district. Does that answer that?
Yes, thank you. And then duty crew payment, what is that?
So because on long weekends or summers, holiday season, we have, unfortunately, not enough people on our crew to do coverage while other people go and visit families and go on vacation. So we assign a special duty crew for those times to make sure we have minimum crew to respond for that long weekend. We're looking at creative ways to hopefully get away from that. Right now, we don't have a lot of ideas, but we have to assign it so that the district is always covered with firefighters and with officers. While you're enjoying your summer vacation and family and friends are coming here, there's going to be coverage. We always go for a minimum of 2 crews, so 2 apparatus. So the engine and the ladder to go out for any calls that we may need.
Thank you.
Shauna, I think wants to follow up from there.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I just wanted to, Malcolm, just address it a little bit more. We've had an evolution, and I think we spoke to this when we put the remuneration policy in place. We've had an evolution where we started out with volunteer firefighters. They have always been paid for the last 20 years, 25 years, a small amount, 60 pence, hourly amounts that maybe weren't coming up to minimum wage. But we've seen over probably the last, I would say, over the last less than 10 years, more than 5 years, an evolution in what this looks like to where they're now paid on call. There are parts of the Employment Act that actually apply to the firefighters, to our paid on call membership. And so it's more just an evolution in terminology from volunteer to paid on calls. There's always been somewhat of a payment in there, and we rewrote the remuneration policy to reflect that. When it comes to duty crew was always in the remuneration policy. It wasn't always utilized. And I think that kind of bit us this year because that's where that maintenance cost on those duty crew lots of times is utilized for monthly maintenance, continued maintenance on the equipment and on the apparatus. And when Lorenzo had come in, when the fire chief had come in, and there was, sort of a big assessment done and with his crew, there was some identification of some apparatus that maybe wasn't working, and we incurred. So by not paying it out in the past, we had some pretty hefty, which Bianca already identified, bills for our apparatus to be maintained this year. So moving forward and re-implementing, it was always there in the remuneration policy, putting that duty crew and actively utilizing it will hopefully mitigate that somewhat.
Thank you. Gord.
Yeah, through the chair, Lorenzo, just always trying to think about ways of saving money. We do pay into the CSRD for search and rescue, and they do have a lot of training seminars and stuff like that. Do we take advantage of any of those, or do we, collaborate together on like rope rescues and stuff like that? Because I know when they, maybe we weren't trained to do it, they've had a couple of rope rescues on 2 Mile Canyon and stuff like that, and they come in and do a lot of that. So I'm just wondering if we kind of work back and train together.
Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities that the CSRD offer that are no cost or minimal cost to us because we partner with them and we're mutual aid to Malacqua and Swansea, thank you. So that's offered to us quite often and we do take advantage of it. So I would say maybe 3-4 times a year. Does that sound about right? That we're offered courses for free. And they bring a tremendous value to us, not only for monetary, but also because we're on the same page as our mutual aid partners. And whatever training they received, we receive, and we understand that language for whatever that call might be.
Thank you.
Pam and then Bob.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I was really happy to hear you mention the wildland interface. And I just wondered at what point, like, where do you see the threat? How close, is there some guideline there as to where you would get involved in a wildland, a residential interface? Because that's huge, obviously, avoid houses being burned if you.
Well, I mean, we experienced it last summer with the Mara Mountain and there was a lot of misinformation, unfortunately, how close it was, how it was going to affect us. But it opened our eyes for dialogue to really understand the threat. So from that, we realized that there is an importance to have that wildland specialty so that we can work with the CSRD and with BC Wildfire. We've had discussions with both groups and they're both in support of us developing our skill set and maybe our numbers. What we're looking at is hopefully developing a wildland fire academy here in sometime in the future that will specialize just for that, and a small team at bare minimum that we can do some reconnaissance, because as we know, if it's a busy fire season, the majority of the teams are designated, and we're sitting there looking at our clock, waiting and wondering when they're gonna come by. So if we're able to do some reconnaissance and some form of suppression, and maybe even build a CSRD, I don't know. But that's what I see as more importantly, having the team and the capability, and then us deciding collectively in the future, what is that gonna look like? Do we want to deploy them in our backyard? Can we? It's a greater discussion, but right now with BC Wildfire and both the CSRD, they are looking forward to watching us develop this plan, which no one else has really done. So we may be the first in the province to have something like this. We, last year with the Mara Mountain, as soon as the threat was seen as credible and we knew it was happening, we deployed our crews within, it was incredible. Within 2 hours, we had everything ready if we needed to interface in our community. And that's with some of my officers here in the crew. We all came together. I asked and I said, this is the plan. If it's going to encroach, we'll have to do something. We'll have to come up with a plan. So we're jumping off that. That's what we want to do, is just be better prepared and have PIPs in place, pre-incident planning in place, and then share that with everyone. So worst case scenario, if there is close to an evacuation order, everyone's going to have that understanding way ahead of time. The educational component is huge. We need to understand the dynamics of the fire behavior here, and what that wind and the topography could look like, and try to analyze all those different scenarios as best as we can and prepare for it. As I mentioned before, we have the railroad, which is so important and vital, but it is a hazard. And I've been notified that we've had derailments here in the past, knock on wood, quite some time ago. So could it happen again? Are we ready for it? No. And I want to be ready for it. I want to have answers for you. I want to have plans for you. So that's where that hazard risk vulnerability analysis will come through. We will look at the big picture. I will give you my impressions of that and my recommendations, and then we'll have to move forward from there.
Sorry, Bianca and then Council Evers. Sorry, Bob. Bianca trumps you.
Just to touch on wildfire. So right now, through our Fire Smart grant, there is a we're required every 3-4 years to redo. Yeah, so it's a community wildfire resiliency plan.
That's right.
Which is currently underway. So when that's completed and stuff, that'll also be shared.
Yeah, and that gives us a huge picture of what we're dealing with. We have experienced people from wildland firefighting that can also give us some additional information. So we'll pull all that together and we'll come up with strategies to have something in place. And then we have to decide how we're going to pay for it or bill for it.
Councilor Evans.
Sorry for the kind of like side question, Chair, but the Annis Bay problem, am I remembering that's the problem? They didn't have water and they currently were on track to be supporting them, but it wasn't really working.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. I just had a discussion with CSRD last week. We had a meeting. So we did 2 analysis there, pre-incident planning. At the best time of the year is the spring for them to have a fire. Now we can draft the water. Come July, August, we won't be able to reach the lake. So the water source there is non-existent. And I expressed that to the CSRD. Part A, we want to maintain our service agreement and continue it because they've asked. Salmon Arm has said no, they have no interest. Before I came, the agreement was solidified and the service is available to them. But it's limited. So we have to make another assessment and look at the fuel load of the 65 homes that are there and do some math and figure out what our capabilities are with our fire trucks right now. Can we save 1 or 2 homes? And if you're familiar with Annis Bay, the topography off the lake and up the hill. So on a bad day, it's going to get away from us. And I can't live with that. I need to do better planning. That's what I want to do. But I need water. So I've asked, there's no money in the CSRD budget. They don't have a big enough tax base right now. So I'm looking at creative ways. I'm going to discuss it with my officers tonight. If we have to beg, borrow a container of some sort to provide us water, especially in the summer months, we have something. So that's what I'm coming up with now is coming up with a contingency plan that doesn't cost anybody money, but good luck with that. And maybe it's something that we pose to the CSRD and Annis Bay people saying, maybe you guys need to look at a fundraiser to get a tank. I don't know. It's something that I'd like to pose with them, but I'm looking at creative ways. First, I want to give them the information. Second, I have to come up with a plan. If all we have is what we have in our tenders and our engines, then the reality is any fire at peak season in the summer, we would have to have everybody evacuate so that we could do our work. And we don't have any risk of exposure fires from the topography of the wind pushing up and involving other homes where people are now trapped. That is a huge inconvenience. But right now, we wouldn't ask anybody to evacuate. If we have a single family home, we're going to go attack it and we're going to win because we know we have our water supply, we have our teams, and we have good planning. Unfortunately, I have my back against the wall at Annis Bay. So that's something we have to look at and something that we have to have good planning for now. It's not the kind of news that I want to share with people at Annis Bay, but that's the reality.
Yeah, and then board.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, when we start talking about fire interface and how that's going to affect Sicamous, we need to be very deliberate and cautious on that approach, I believe. We need to be factual, but we need to make sure that whatever we're discovering and going through, that we're not, shocking this community. There's been a lot of work that we've done around that, and the previous fire chief did do quite a bit of brush clearing and things. We need to continue to focus on that, but we also need to keep a view of how this will affect the economy and how this will affect individual homeowners and people. And I know these are discussions coming forward, but I just want to highlight that we need to be very cautious and deliberate and understanding all of the different implications that are going to be discussed after these things kind of come forth. So I just want to put that, it's not really a question, it's just a highlight. It's something that this community has dealt with in the past, but there's a lot of implications to what we're talking about here that I don't think gets fully realized at the time. Certainly we have to, evaluate this and understand it. And then we've got to balance that with a whole bunch of other economic and, decisions and figure out what the plan is for it. No reason to be concerned about it or upset. It's doing due diligence, and I appreciate your view on that and what you said on that. But so my comment or question really is for you. There's a new line item here. So there's a cost recovery measure.
Yes.
And you alluded to it.
Yes.
And I just want you to kind of unpack that a little bit.
Sure.
You have $7,000 there. So what is that? How do we think we're getting the 7,000? And
well, I'll give you the short answer. Just in the last 4 days, we've had 5 alarm bells, nuisance alarms, which is uncommon for our area, but they do happen. The weather change, sensitive equipment, water pressure drops, all kinds of things. It's not something that people do intentionally, it just happens, but it pulls our resources away to go to a non-emergent situation after we investigate. At some point in time, we have to share the understanding that as soon as that wheel turns, it is costing money and time. And there's no cost recovery right now. So inspections, enforcement, and what I talked about earlier, even with somebody having a beach fire out of, or in the ban, we should be serving them an MTI. And it's something that I've done in my past. I've enforced at that level. And it is very effective because you can only tell someone, please stop, we're in a fire ban. And they go, sure, no problem. And you're back a half hour later. At that point, as a peace officer in my past and present position, I would inform them that they're getting an MTI and I need to see their ID. And if not, the RCMP are coming and we'll go do it that way. So it may sound strong, but what's our alternative? We can only ask nice so many times with people that continue to abuse these bylaws, nuisance alarms, inspections that our team have gone to multiple times and the phone calls and emails that we get saying, why aren't you guys coming? We have got a hold of people a dozen times and they complain saying we made no attempt, which is inaccurate. So we need that accountability that if people are requesting inspections because their business needs to be open or their summer home, that's fine, but there will be a cost recovery if we made an appointment and you don't show. Right? It might sound a little stringent, but it's effective. And in my experience, something we could.
Do you have a follow-up, Ian?
Yeah, I do. So will we get, I guess, a schedule of what those fees are gonna look like? All right,
It'll have to come in the form of a bylaw.
right. That's what I was about to say. We have, yeah.
It's, the chief and staff are working on, we'll be working collectively on that. We're also looking at our MTI bylaws and making sure that we have it all structured. So properly, it'll be coming back.
Okay.
Councilor Bushel?
Through the chair, Lorenzo, my last two questions. When is that interface fire plan or report gonna be done? Is it gonna be done this year or is it next year?
So it's a project and work in progress. I'm relying on my firefighters and officers to inform me of our historically what we've dealt with. And what we're going to do from that is gather that information and hopefully create a proposal for this wildfire academy or the service from those findings. But just from eyeballing, when I set foot here and coming from that point of view of being, a firefighter and emergency worker for over 25 years now, I could see the forest for the trees, no pun intended, that this is a high-risk place. So it's just a matter of us gathering that intel and sharing that with council and the district in a manner that we all can share and agree and understand it. Just real basic terminology and presentation. We don't want to go too deep in the woods because they can get deep into it with the DUF measures and everything else and the fuel loads of it's more about where are we going to be affected interface wise from the town to the bush, to the forest. That's what I want to look at first. That's my primary objective for that. Beyond that, we can look at other models. So it's a work in progress. It started 4 or 5 months ago and I haven't given it the attention I want to. But we'll get there, yeah.
Okay,
so I'm hoping in April or May, which is right around the corner and right there at wildfire season. But at least we'll have a draft.
Okay. And the other quick question is, I brought that up about anesthesia before, and it becomes actually a huge liability for our community. If we have an agreement that
We have an agreement.
fight fires, and that's something we should look at. If they can't afford it, the CSRD can't afford it, why should we be taking the liability of it is what I'm worried about. So it's just something you know, to be cautious, I think.
I agree. For me, it's an ethical thing. People are asking for our help. And I want to do everything that I can and be as economical as I can. And to put it bluntly, in the contract, it's only fire service. That means if there's a fire, they call us, we go. The PIP that we've done, the risk assessment, the visits, the coordination, the meetings. I'll tell you right now, I went out of school with our agreement, okay? I did not, we didn't get paid for that. There was no cost recovery for that, but I can't have a good understanding unless I do that, unless I analyze exactly what we have. Now that we've done 2 or 3 visits and a good inspection report, that's where I'm at. I feel very strongly that we need that water supply. We can provide the service, and I don't know if we can get creative in adjusting an additional fee or I don't know. But I know what I need. I need water.
Thank you.
1
second. Yeah. So we will work with the regional district. It's within their jurisdiction. This is infrastructure we're going to work with them on. So yes, we may find a creative solution with that group. But to be clear, it's not something the district of Sycamoose would do. It would be through the CSRD.
That's right.
Their infrastructure, provide the water for us to be able to provide the fire service. This is a piece of infrastructure that CSRD needs to provide.
That's right.
So we'll work with them and help cooperate, figure out how the engineering will work for our team. But we need the CSRD to come with some solutions.
And to share with you my last meeting, there is no money. There's nothing left. So it was posed to me, we can cancel that agreement. And my question is, well, who's going to service them then? They won't have fire service. I don't know how you feel about that. To me, that's upsetting. It's a community that's close to us. They're neighbors. They're people that we know, and they won't have fire service.
So just to help with that piece, so the CSRD could look to that area for a specified area and do funding that way. So there is some models. They may not have the cash in the bank to do it today, but there is some models that they could pursue to do it. But we need them to pursue that. So we'll have those conversations and keep pressing the CSRD because we don't want to see them without service. But in the meantime, we don't want to put our firefighters at risk with not having adequate water supply.
So, and to put you at ease, from my initial assessment, I had put forth an email with my initial assessment clarifying that our capabilities are minimal. And that was shared with the CSRD and the previous CAO, not Daryl, Kelly. So that if anything larger happens that is outside of our resource capability, we've already told them, this is what we can do. This is what we're capable of doing. You need to come up with something along with what CAO Dean mentioned. So as soon as I discovered that, I put that out there right away because I wanted it off our plate. It's too much for us to handle. But that's not a solution. It's just an awareness.
Mayor?
Thank you through the chair. Sorry, you said there's 65 homes up there. Is that correct?
That was the last count. Yeah, in my meeting last
Where do
week.
they get their water from right now? What feed?
So we discovered our team, because we heard that there was a standpipe and we were very excited. And would you consider that a standpipe, Captain Wilson? No.
So nothing there is to be used by fire department because of the damage or whatnot. It's not built any specification. It was basically poly pipe, right? This the poly pipe, so just regular run of the mill, plastic piping that was run under the ground and whatnot, and it might not be able to handle any loads whatsoever.
So run under the ground drawing from where?
There was a large pool discovered in between homes that collected water, but I don't think that was potable water. No. So that's a good question where they're drawing that water supply from. But when we asked and we were looking for direction of the water supply, CSRD said that there's standpipes there, and they're not even close to standpipe. In fact, we broke one. We felt pretty bad. We did repair it.
So they are sitting on water though.
Yeah.
Yes.
They've got water. So maybe as a suggestion, the CSRD looks at a well of some sort and just
let me finish up on that. Just to add to that too, perhaps they could also look at one at our dump. Because we do have the occasional fire at the CSRD dump. And we, and Daryl can, attest to this, we run our potable water. That's what puts those fires out, right? So it's a lot of water that goes through our plant to put those fires out. So that might be another,
And those are certainly the options as well. Have a larger standpipe that goes in the lake that they could draw from outside of the season. They can get access now. Those are all options, but we need the CSRD to work on those pieces and tell us what they want to do and what they want to do as far as billing those residents in order to have it done.
And I'm going to agree with Dean on this one. I mean, these are CSRD taxpayers in a CSRD district, and it's good that we can help them, but we also have our own taxpayers, and we're having a massive, giant increase into our fire department. And we're worried about our neighbors when we're panicking about being able to meet our own needs. And we've cut, what Lorenzo came out with and what we were cutting you to so far is a lot. So I think we really need to take care of our own house, get that organized, and then maybe look outside. And I think that's a really good case to go back to the CSRD and say, hey guys, you got to look after your people here, because there's 65 homes and we do live in an area, there are wildfires. You guys figure it out, not our problem. And not trying to be rude, but not our problem. Pam.
Yeah, I was just a couple of questions, and I guess, there is a water source, obviously, if there's a pool, that they're drawing water from that isn't from the lake, but, and there's 65 houses. I was just wondering about how what they put into place themselves. A lot of lakeside, houses they pump water from the lake and have a fire hose. I'm just wondering, has this community, is that what they're doing?
There may be, we haven't seen every individual home to see what their capabilities are. And again, I'll just repeat, with my limited pre-incident planning, and I just got an overall picture. And again, because I'm responsible to the district for my salary, that's not my job. But I felt strongly that I had to get the information and inform the CSRD. We may not have interest in continuing this relationship because you have not provided me water supply. I'm happy to do those prevention methods and inspection, but it's on another level, and I have a department to run, and it's nothing against your comment. I agree with you, and ethically, I want to be there. I want to help, but my energy has to be focused on the department, and I don't know what the solution is right now. I think it needs more dialogue, but to give up, it's not a lot of money, what they're providing. But there's people there, there's homes there. That's how I see it. But there's a bigger discussion,
Any more questions? No, we're good. Thank you for coming in. Thanks, guys, for coming in and everything you do. We appreciate you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Lorenzo. Thanks, guys.
Okay, we're gonna go backwards now, and we're going to talk about funds for Sycamus Narrows, sneeze support, dredging investigations, etc. Bianca.
So these are just, I wanted to highlight some points because these are currently not in our DOS budget. So they're just things to consider when we're looking at the total overall tax increase. So currently, as drafted, so I've just did a summary where we started back in December to where we are at now. I highlighted in blue the changes since we discussed back in January, so draft 2. Slight decrease, Shauna came to me and said, cut my training budget a bit, find anything we can, so $1,000 decrease there. Fire department road rescue changes have been made, and then a small little change because of the Eagles agreement. And that'll be more significant next year, further reducing that. So overall, right now, we are sitting at a 3.82 tax increase. So under that 4% mark now. And what that looks like overall. Oh, I clicked on the same thing, didn't I? Oops, 1 second. For an average taxpayer. So with a 3.82 tax increase, that accounts for just over $71 annually. And then looking at it with the other utilities, an average taxpayer would pay for, so water and sewer, our proposed 5% increase in water and 10% increase in sewer. The total overall bill to the district just under 5% at 4.87%. So about just almost $11 a month difference there. And then just looking at knowing that we currently haven't incorporated sneeze or anything like that, if we wanted to add, a few thousand, maybe, DOSDC is doing 5,000 to sneeze, we match it, do another 10,000 to sneeze. You could, if I just kind of wanted to put some other ballpark ranges, so if we went up to 4%, that's an additional $9,600 in spend, and then total end of the day to the taxpayer would then be just under the 5% mark. Anyway, some food for thought there. I'm just gonna open that up maybe let's just talk about the sneeze front first. As we don't have anything in the budget currently. Last year we put $10,000 in the budget. However, at first it was just headland lease / dredging investigations, and then we determined we were using it for sneeze last year. What we want to do this year.
Well, I think for me, the big one is Sneeze is doing a lot of work that, we've talked about over 10 years and moving things forward, and they're moving things forward probably a lot faster than we can as a community and as the DOS. I'd like to give them 10 grand, and if they can get 5 out of, I don't think they're spending it willy-nilly. And I think to me, that's economic development right there. That is something to keep this community going. That we need someone working on our NOIs and talking about dredging and docks and shores and all of this good federal and provincial stuff and bringing it together. So I would like to see them get 10 grand personally. Ian.
Well, I would say then take it out of the economic development budget we're giving, right? I think if we feel like it's an economic development program, then let's have that go there, and out of that line item. So if that line item needs to be 105, then fine, do it that way. I just want to make sure that we try to get away from these special one-offs as much as we can, right? I mean, and if this sneeze and what they're doing is so important, this is not a 1-year item, is it? I it's already going into 2 years, so then we should formalize it or try to figure out, is this going to be a long-term expenditure? It sounds like it is. So then it should be placed into a budget somewhere rather than kind of a yearly grant. And if that's economic development, probably part actually tourism as well. Like we know we have to eventually get that channel dealt with. And that has a big tourism impact for sure. But definitely economic development.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, through the chair. I agree to some point, but I also that the DOS has, I agree with you, Councillor Rich, the DOS has some responsibility to sneeze as well. Anything that we do, when we hire Keith Weir, as an example, to do some paperwork or investigate something for our tenure, or paperwork or QEP, hiring a QEP, he works for the DOS. He doesn't work for ECDF, right? So I think that having our own contribution to sneeze is good, but we need that little pocket there just for the DOS. I don't think we can hand all that off to ACDev. I think there needs to be a pocket that could go to SNEEZ, or it could be DOS that uses it for, like I said, if we're looking at other things in the channel, then, you know, that money could be designated from the DOS to whatever, whoever. But I think we should have our own little pocket, as well as ACDev should have their own little pocket. So I agree with you, 10 grand set aside is.
10.
Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, I agree 100%. It should come from the district. I mean, we have been collecting taxes there forever. And we have actually neglected the waterfront. And waterfront should be first, I think. And, just an empty lot, empty lot on the channel down there is like 50 grand a year for taxes now. With no structures on it. So, yeah, we've been trying to get trying to get a flood wall protection done. And I think we should be focusing a little bit more on the waterfront so we can get that done, right? So that's my thoughts.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a grant. I think it's a line item. I think it's an investment in Sycamoose. And I think it's something we need in our budget, and it should be something annual in our budget where we are investing in our channel and the water coming out of there. So I think it should be a line item, and it isn't a grant. It's something that, hey, Sycamoose, this is what we're doing to keep our town moving. Councillor Evans.
Yeah, I completely agree with that because it's getting ready for the inevitable costs. We have to shore up that fund and get it ready to go. So I think it is a line item. It's not anything else because it's for the district of Sycamoose.
Councillor Bailey.
Well, then I think if council feels that way, we should just have that as our line item in our budget, and we deal with that and in conjunction with SNEEZ. I know there's a little support there on administrative levels through DOSDC, but I think, I'm fine to put the $10,000 line item in our budget, people thinking. And so what I would suggest is just put the $10,000 line item in our budget and have that as SNEEZ support and other strategic priorities with the channel, I guess, is what I'm hearing. But that would make it definitely cleaner, because right now we have a $5,000 bucket over in our line item and a $5,000 bucket over in DSTC. I don't know if that makes much sense to me. Just put it all in one line item, and we'll do that every year. It sounds like this is going to be something that we have to incorporate on an ongoing basis, and that council wants to incorporate it on a ongoing basis. So we might as well just get her in there.
Madam Mayor.
You through the chair. I think that we should leave the DOS's, the ACDev's 5 grand there and do our own thing. And the reason that I'm suggesting that is because they may have something that they want to reach out to, Keith or do something. So they might, as ACDev, need a little bucket there or get SNEEZ to do something for them. So I think that little pocket there for them is good. Back to $10,000. I mean, maybe this is, and Bianca's already, her head snapped towards me. Maybe we should be. It's getting harder and harder to work around the water, and there's no doubt that we don't all feel that way. And everything that we do is a report, a study, a survey, hire a whatever. Maybe this is something we need to pocket and put a little bit into reserve every year so that we have some channel money, like we can pop 10 grand in this year, but maybe it's something that we add to next year so that we can start building a little channel reserve. So we have money when we do need to do a study and they're not cheap. I mean, talk to the owners on the channel. Every time they turn around, it's 25 grand, 50 grand just to talk about their property next to the channel. So I don't know, maybe that's something that we need to look at.
Pam and Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I agree. I think that water interface is kind of like the wildland interface. It's gonna keep getting more complicated as time goes on. And environmental changes and invasive species and God knows what comes. So I think we should be planning a reserve for dealing with water interface in our community for sure.
Councillor Bailey.
Okay, we could do a reserve, but that's the same thing as putting a line item in. I mean, we can do it that way, but it's going to just be coming from general tax. Build up that review. I mean, so if we did 5,000 in economic development, same thing, it comes from us, and then 5,000 from us, it's fine. So we're just talking about 10,000 total. It's just, I think, maybe at some point this year, council should have a larger discussion about this, because I think part of what we should be trying to do is change some of these rules. And we're being maybe reactive, and we should be a little more proactive in saying, hey, well, do we want to do a public education campaign around this? I wouldn't mind seeing that. I wouldn't mind the public knowing a little bit more of all that goes into making businesses sustainable, or even someone's individual home, what they have to go through to get through, like even a simple deck application. I don't think there's a high degree of knowledge around this with the general public. I question a lot of the rules and whether they're absolutely necessary. And that they end up just hampering businesses and hampering homeowners from doing necessary upgrades. Sure, we have to protect our waterways and everything else, but we also have to make sure the economy is being driven. And I think as you brought up earlier about the tariffs, I think this is a great time to have this conversation. Are we hamstringing ourselves through regulations when we could be having these businesses build and invest? We know a lot of the businesses on the channel are having a hard time, real hard time getting insurance or, getting docks to be allowed to be replaced or 10 years. And this is hurting our economy, but it's not just actually here. It'll be province-wide that all these impacts are. So I don't know, like sneeze is definitely important. I support that, but I actually do support going a little bit beyond it and trying to start this education piece. We've had a lot of this council. We're pretty educated on all these rules and all the things that have to happen, and we understand the barriers to it, but we're not, I think, doing a very good job of where we could spread that message out a little bit more and tell people, here are the implications of some of these things that are we're confronting, but also businesses are. Yeah.
CAO Dean.
There's something coming to council in the next few months, the OCP update.
Mhm.
The OCP update, a component of an official community plan is around those components. So that can be two parts. It's only seeking consultation with the community, but also educating the community on what's out there. A natural flow out of an OCP update would be something like a fund for the future for environmental components that may include this for the future. So I think there's kind of two questions for council. What do you want to do for this year's budget? You have 5,000 under ECDEV for this particular use. Do you want to add 5,000 to that piece for this year? Then you're going to have this process that'll take place later on this year. And then we'll look to 2026 for potentially a new line item that will have some basis in our new OCP and some groundwork and more understanding in the community of what's needed.
Okay, gotcha.
Mayor, thank you. Back to that point, back to your point. I still believe that we need to take a line item of $10,000 for the DOS as well and just set it aside. 5
or 10.
10. Leave ECDEBs where it is in their budget, because that's ECDEBs. You know what, if they're gonna hire Keith Weir, we don't have to give it to them. If they're gonna, if they're looking for some information for one of their businesses or developers and they want to do a little research or, then they've got a little pocket there. Ours is for the DOS to work with. And we cannot lose sight of how important our channel and lakes are, our water is to the health of Sicamous as our economy to us. It is truly, truly important that we have just a little bit of reserves and we guard our water and we, you know, work with those that want to be, you know, good stewards of water, of the water and, you know, businesses on the water. So yeah, I think that 10 grand is.
Sorry, Bianca and then Mr. Bailey.
I think if we look at the overall tax increase and a couple other things that we're up in the air about right now, like our community supports and stuff like that. We may be able to massage the amount into where we want our tax increase to be and where we want this amount to be. Just a thought, but I do want to still.
I just want to have some clarification, because I thought it was 5,000 in the district budget and 5,000 is already in the economic development. So we would be doubling these already. Are you suggesting 10,000 and 5 for a total of 15?
Yeah.
I suggest
Not a,
that.
yeah, Councillor Rich, and it's.
10,000 apart from that.
You start getting.
When they're dealing with lawyers and stuff, and they're doing it on our behalf, like the reports and the stuff that if you start reading through what they're actually getting accomplished and how quickly, and they're getting meetings that we haven't been able to get. And it's very transparent if you want to talk to them and look into what they're doing. But I feel like they're probably gonna take us 5 or 10 years as the DOF's done in 2 years. And that's just because they're not working inside a government. And they are coming up with their own funds. Todd Kylo stood here and said they're putting in 10 grand themselves. And I think they will continue asking the businesses and pushing forward and getting people to put money in there. I know that Todd was reaching out to the West Side guys to see if those guys wanted to join in and, you know, they're charging fees, but they're really trying to drum up money. They're not here looking for a handout, but I think it is our town and it is our water and we do need to participate. Council Bushel.
Yeah, no, that's great, great to hear the other side is also wanting to kick in. Because some of them, a couple of them have asked me about kicking in. And then maybe we don't call ours sneeze, our pot's not sneeze, ours is called waterfront development or water, you know, maybe not just Sycamoose Narrow, because we have Old Town Bay and we have Toontown. So it's just called waterfront development improvements or whatever you want to call it. It's a separate pot.
But it's Lexi.
Yeah.
I'll let Bianca name it. Please need a catchy name, Bianca, it's on you.
The more direction, I do not want to have to name.
Cool.
So how does that affect the budget now?
Well, we're gonna get there. Okay, moving on.
Let's just go back to where we are overall tax increase, because we also did make the decision earlier that we were gonna support CSIS with $2,000. So this is based on no changes. We have that $2,000 and 5, 10, whatever we determine here. So when it comes to the CSIS funding, currently under draft 2, as I previously mentioned, we have $5,000 unspecified and $4,000 age friendly. We had 2 requests previously from Seniors Activity Center and Eagle Valley Transportation. Oh, sorry, 1 second, I'm just gonna share my screen. So Malcolm can follow along. So in order for the $2,000, in order for that $2,000 to not make a budget impact, you would have to use 2,000 from the unspecified, which would leave us collectively, if we wanted to, $7,000, which if council were to choose, they could disperse that between the 2 requests that we've previously had. They could leave it for now. It's up to them if we want no budget impact. If we want to leave 9 grand here, CSIS its own line item, that's a $2,000 budget impact. Yeah, we're good. Okay, and then so when we bring it to the overall budget, so if you're doing 2,000, if you wanted to stay within the 4% mark, you would have $7,600 to deal with, to work with. You covered it with this. You have just under, let's call it 10 grand to work with, where you would stay at that 4% mark. The budget impact would be about 5% overall with your water and sewer involved. So with that, I think we can open up to council on how they want. I can shuffle the numbers however you guys direct me to.
Councilor Bailey.
Okay, so I guess this is the kind of discussion. So, I mean, 4% with the water sewer, 5%, it's reasonable. But I do think going forward, we need to look at not only just what the tax increase is, but what our overall spending is going up year over year, right? And I mean, we add in the estimated non-market change, we're probably pretty close to a 6% overall budget expenditure increase, maybe more. I don't know, somewhere around that area. So, we're currently at inflation at what, 2.8, 2.9, wherever say it was this year. So it's just being cognizant of that increased spend and how that is affecting our taxes, because if I understand this right, estimated on market change, it's a combination of increase assessments on buildings, and it probably also has, correct me if I'm wrong. No, this is just new properties that we are now taxing.
New properties or yeah, pretty much money.
Just, okay, so it doesn't have an impact on increased assessments on buildings.
No, so how the non-market change works, it's pretty much that, it's non-market change. So your market change is your changes in the value of your property.
Yeah.
Whereas this is taking that out.
These are new properties.
Pardon?
These are new properties.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
New builds, yeah.
All right, well then, okay, that changes my opinion on that a little bit then. Because I did think that had a little bit of an increase in terms of, the lift we've been getting with increased property values. And I think we do get a bit of a lift on that, but anyways, my point is, we know people in this community are hurting, that people are stretched. I know we have to have money for services, and there's literally nothing that ever comes before us that isn't good. And that's the hard part. But the flip side of it is when we go out there and we raise taxes, people are saying to me, saying, I can't afford it anymore. And I know it's only $150 in a year or whatever, but that's still $150 they say they don't have, right? So I'm cognizant of that. And I just think the more we can aim to keep it low, and I think we've done a good job here. It's just tough in this time. And after a really brutal run on inflation as well, that we get to the point of where, I think 4% is reasonable. But still, I know it's still going to be tough for some people in this community.
Councilor Bushel.
Yeah, no, I agree with Ian, and I hear from all kinds of people talking about the economy, and I mean, we got an election coming, we don't know what our neighbors to the south are doing. A lot of that's tied to our Alberta residents, and our Alberta residents do spend a lot of money in our community. And whether it be groceries or whatever it might be. So, yeah, we gotta take a look at it, and we've got to tighten the reins. This year's an uncertainty year, really, I think. We don't know how it's gonna fall out with, bank rates and things like that. So it's gotta be cautious.
Madam Mayor.
I agree with everyone. I think we do need to guard the bottom line. I think we need to take care of our taxpayers' base and make sure that we have their best interests. We also need to be very careful that we're not
Taking too much out of reserves, and that we have
the ability to continue to keep our infrastructure and our community moving forward, because that's important. So it has a fine line where, you know what, we want to keep taxes low, but you know what, don't complain if, your roads aren't paved or the sidewalks falling apart, we can't get to it. So we need to make sure that we're taking care of our community and that we're putting funds away the same way you or I would in our home. We make sure your bills are paid and you're putting some stuff away for a rainy day. So I think that is the level we need to look at in all fairness, and just make sure that we're delivering services and putting some away, so we're not gonna smash residents with, costs that we're not gonna be able to deal with. So fine line, make sure that, at the end of the day, we want.
And I think some of it too is educational pieces. I mean, Daryl, what does a street light cost?
The ornamentals are 7,500.
Yeah, 7,500. What, how much is 10 feet of a cement sidewalk compared to an asphalt? And I think education is part of this, that, you can have whatever you want. Come in, tell us, vote on it, but you're gonna be paying the taxes. And if we're trying to be fiscally responsible and stuff, then we have to manage a town. It is money in, money out. And so I think a lot of it too is an educational piece that, here's kind of what our plan is moving forward and what we're trying to do, right? Still trying to provide great services, but, we can't have everything. Like the mayor said, it's just like your house, right? So I think that's the other part is we do have to really let people know that it isn't an endless pot of money. Anybody else is now leaving?
I'm just gonna add, and I think it's important that when we roll this out, because we're not voting on this, right? When we do roll this out, that we make sure that the residents understand, like, we are putting this much into, our future, into our reserves, and we need to look at our sewer treatment plant. But there is stuff that we need. Make sure education, make sure that everyone, we are doing the best we can, but we're also a growing community, which is great because, you look at all the developments that are coming up right now, that is a huge tax base. That's going to be taxes added to, our pot that we get to draw from. So, yeah, it's kind of like it's always moving, and we just need to be really transparent and let people know what we're putting away, what we're spending, where their money's going.
Okay. Are we on to our next one, Bianca?
So
No.
how?
Give her direction. We didn't have correction, yeah.
$10,000 sneeze. We're breaking out 2,000 for CSIS. The remaining 7, are we just gonna leave the remaining 7 for now, or do you want to allocate? That's just the direction I need, so I guess 3 parts.
Can we
Supports,
use that 7,000 towards fees? And then just give them 3?
okay, so
Tax increase 3.
okay, sorry, say that.
You were saying that we had 7,000 extra, so if instead of giving sneeze 10,000.
So if you have 7,000, if actually, we have 7,000 technically unspecified, like on who you're giving it to, once you take CSIS out of here. So the 7,000, currently you have 2 requests, one from Seniors Activity Center and one for Eagle Valley Transportation. So if you were to use that 7 for sneeze, there's no supports for them.
Yeah. Is that possible?
For Senior Center.
And then we still need to throw in another 3 grand to get them up to 10.
I mean, it's doable. Just note that a portion in the past of the age friendly has gone to the seniors dinner every year. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mr.
okay, here's what I would suggest, and we can come back to it next year. Let's do 5,000 for sneeze in this budget. Keep the age friendly, keep the, what was the other, the unspecified. The unspecified, if it's actually needed for sneeze, then, or a project around that, it's unspecified, you can use it. But only put an extra 5,000 in for sneeze rather than the 10. That still doesn't really get you to numbers, but maybe the unspecified can go down to 3. Things like that. I mean, I'd like to keep it, personally, I'd just like to keep the tax increase under 4%. Does that, like, how much room do we have?
If you guys are good with 4, I can, like, that's kind of why I said this, but not, like, I can up up the budget by 9,000, we'll stay under 4. And,
Okay,
and I can, so the unspecified $2,000. So $2,000, so we'd have 3K left over there.
Hmm.
Right? And then I can move a little bit for that sneeze to get us to
Okay.
like I can shuffle the numbers. So if you want,
Malcolm has a question.
yeah,
yeah, and then we keep 10 at 10 for sneaks, but we're still under 4 because you have a little, okay, I totally know what you're saying. Yeah,
Just barely under 5, but
Because, yeah, but we're going back here when we talk about EBT and the seniors, where we keep saying, you know, we need to put this money into the Community Shuswap Foundation and they need to delegate it, or we're gonna switch and do it. I mean, we just did it to ourselves an hour ago over invasive mussels, but we are not being consistent. Yet then we're going to take money and we're going to give it to groups that should be going through our Shuswap Community Foundation. And if we need to change the rules with them, then we change the rules there. But we're literally doing exactly what we said we weren't gonna do. And then why is it that anyone else can't come in here and ask for money? And it just, I find it really frustrating that I don't know why we are giving money to the Shuswap Community Foundation. Why don't we just take that $40,000 then and just hand it out when anybody walks in? Just because that's what we're doing.
through the
Sorry.
we just can't do that this year.
Yes.
It's already been reallocated. So this is just like, this is kind of a 1-year problem. And then I think the big picture is next year. And working with Roger.
Right, but EBT and the seniors was this year asked, and both had opportunity to apply. And I believe seniors applied. I'm not sure if EBT did, right?
Malcolm's got his hand up.
We're looking for ongoing funding.
Yes.
Ongoing operational funding. So
Sorry,
that
were you recognizing me?
currently is not eligible.
Yeah,
Currently.
yes. Yes, we are, Mel. Sorry, just other people's have their hands up. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the EBT did apply to Shuswap Community Foundation. The deadline was, the intake for the deadline was February 1st, and we submitted, I think, a couple days early. So that's in Shuswap Community Foundation's hand for adjudication. We haven't had a response back from them yet on that one. I just wanted to comment on the budget that's up on the screen right now, age-friendly initiatives. I mean, EBT, that's exactly what we're doing. We're allowing seniors to age in place by giving them access to healthcare so they can stay in a rural setting and access urban healthcare. I mean, there's 4,000 allocated there. I mean, that's exactly what EBT is doing, is allowing seniors to age in place. So, I mean, it's a strategic goal. I think it's the second strategic goal listed under strategic goals too. So anyhow, just wanted to comment on that.
Councillor Bushel and Councillor Bailey.
I'm fine.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
well, I think it should come back to council. I really do. I think we've been dealing with so many different requests. You know, I respect council. I'm disappointed that 2,000 was given today because I think it undermines us a little bit. But I respect everyone has a right to vote and do that. But now my view on Shuswap Community Foundation administering the money has changed. I don't think that's working because I don't think we're sticking to it. And that's okay. That's council's decision and prerogative. But then that, I think, should come back to us. Now, obviously not this year, but I think, you know, because that's already allocated, we've already done it. But it should come back in the purview of council. I think council wants to be a part of these decisions. It seems pretty clear. At one point, council didn't want to be, and now we're actively engaged in it, and we're willing to see, the majority of council seems to be willing to make those decisions. So then let's do that, all right? But I really feel strongly that we shouldn't continue on these two paths. But I think it should come back here. And so I don't know what we have to do with the Shuswap Community Foundation and give them notice, but I think we've tried this, and it's not working. And so council might as well get back engaged, and it's gonna kind of be hard decisions here, right? It's not like it's gonna be easy. But we're engaged on this already, on a number of different people coming and asking for money. So let's develop the budget and let's do it. But I don't think we're doing now is very good. Yeah.
Bianca, sorry, I just had to make sure I have all my numbers right. So, adding 9,000 with that 5 and 4 gives us 18,000 collectively. Allocating $2,000 to CSIS, to specify that as CSIS. $10,000 to waterfront development and studies will leave us $6,000, for which we can leave the age-friendly as is.
Yeah.
And we kept unspecified in this budget as $2,000 and have wiggle room there. So the age-friendly stays the exact same as it was last year, unspecified $2,000. If council were good with that, if I could get a
Yes.
motion on that, and then that's what we can stick.
With age friendly, how much do we, like, what's, so we have the seniors dinner out of that, what else comes out of that?
From the age friendly, we've donated monies for, I think we had a wheelchair one year. We have given money to Eagle Valley Transportation.
Some other things we've done is, sorry for interrupting. We put age-friendly doors on the senior center. I think in a few different buildings in towns where, so they can just push the button and access it with a wheelchair. Disability accessible doors. We did quite a few doors around town for that. I think the Legion was one. I think senior center was one. I think we did 3 different buildings and provided funding for accessibility for doors.
Thanks, Mel. Does someone want to make a motion?
I'll make that motion. I'm good. That
Allocation.
allocate. Sorry, what were the numbers?
2,000, oh, that's already done. So, $10,000 to waterfront development studies is the name I gave it. Okay with that name?
Allocate waterfront, yeah, allocate $10,000 to waterfront development studies.
Leave $2,000 unspecified and $4,000 for seniors.
$2,000.
Age-friendly initiative.
Unspecified and
$2,000 for age friendly.
Hey, do I have a seconder? Yeah, all in favor?
Okay, so.
So Bianca, that your draft tax increase would then be 4%, correct?
Yes, correct.
For the record.
Yeah. Perfect, okay. Moving on, so just bringing back the capital from our last meeting. Our 5-year capital plan. So staff took comments and stuff back. Adding the outdoor skating rink into our 5-year plan for next year, estimated at 250,000. So staff is gonna be working towards figuring out where the best location is for that. And so this is a rough estimate for this year. Operating costs for that rink are undetermined at this point, but we're thinking around maybe about the 20 range to make that happen, 2025, hopefully. Pathways and trails, so opening this one up for discussion. Looking at using our 50 this year to complete the pathway from Temple to Shuswap. Is going to be doing a large section, so using our 50 this year to continue that paved trail to Shuswap. But if council is okay with that, or any comments?
I'm okay with that. I think that's a great idea. Yeah.
Okay, and then pump track lighting, adding $25,000 for that. And then it was also talked about security cameras. And I don't know if Daryl wants to just we're not putting in there quite yet. Just wanted to just chat about it a bit.
Yeah, through the chair, we'll explore the cameras. I know there's a FOIP component to all that, so we'll have to apply and be approved to put cameras in a certain area, and we'll gather some facts and bring it back to council for discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's the revised capital plan at this point, if anyone are all good with it. I think that captured everything you're talking about last time. Yeah.
I'll have to put my hand up. Look at me go. Daryl, question about we're still at 120 for the kids park. Have you looked at all about, I went down there and took a look and just stretching the chain link fence out a little bit so we can get some trees in there. So when people have their kids running wild, they don't have to put them outside of the kiddie pen?
Through the chair, we'll definitely look at doing that.
Okay.
We've put an amount in there that I think will cover what we're after for the playground and the bathroom. There's a whole spectrum of playgrounds with different components.
Yes.
So I think as we get into it and I have some good information, I'll let council weigh in on what we want that to look like. And then if there's an opportunity to gain a little more ground there, we can look at that.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions? The mayor.
I'll let you take that next.
Okay, because I'm sorry, I stepped out for a moment. Boy, guy steps out for a minute, a lot happens. Hey, I just want to talk about, and Daryl and Daryl, the Ds. And Siobhan actually on this one, when we went away to UBCM, we looked at lights that had cameras in them. So do we have, and I see that we've got lighting for the park, for the pump track, but added at 25K. And you're gonna move forward, can you check what the cost is to put those lights in that do have the camera already in them? Like I know that.
Yeah, well, definitely. I
missed that part.
Yeah,
when I was out.
a message yesterday and I made a note. We'll explore that.
So there could be a change to the pump track, because we do need pump track lighting. I mean, those kids are out there at 11 o'clock at night hiking, like they're, in the summer, they're in the dark.
They were there Sunday.
Yeah, so it's pretty important, but I do like the camera in the light.
We also have to have it so it can project to a spot with internet and like stuff like that. So there's some complexities.
Yeah.
So exploring it.
It's just for a little bit of clarity. When we talk about cameras out at the pump track, that'd be more a security thing. So when there's movement, it kind of loops, or are we looking for something we can stream on the website? What would be the intent?
I know.
Yeah, I think for me, it's more secure. I think it's more that there's a camera there because people act differently when there's a camera there. So not like the traffic circle that's continuous and I can now check in and see what my kid's doing. More of, hey, someone knocked down a tree or spray painted the pump track. Who is that? Right? For me, that's what I think. And Councillor Bailey.
I guess I just have a question about lighting because we don't light up everything in town. So, and maybe I'm missing something here, but why does the pump track need lighting if we don't light up all diamonds and all these other things? I'm just like, is there a reason for it, or because we want kids to be using the pump track at 11 p.m.? Is that?
Do you want me to take? Yeah, absolutely, because you got a $500,000 investment in our community. Their kids are pumped, no pun intended.
Right.
But they do go out there and play at night, and riding around on the pump track at night is a little bit more challenging than going and play baseball at night. I don't even know people that play baseball at night. So,
I mean, there's a few.
And I think the other thing is the location of the pump track is with the skate park, it's kind of out back, and there's where the pump track, there's lots of traffic and stuff. So it's actually a good place for the kids to be out in the evening doing stuff. That's safe and as cars going by, you can kind of see what's going on. So Councillor Beach.
Yeah, I just want to add my agreement to the fact that we want the kids to be on the pump track or on the skateboard park under lights rather than out harassing, doing other stuff. It's the best place for them to gather and it's healthy. So, yeah, at night, it's good to make these things available for them.
Special.
Yeah, so Chair, I agree. One thing I wanted to, what we should think about is, I hate pushing that ice rink into the next year. And I mean, just with the number of kids in the elementary school and the high school, and then the families that are moving in here and just looking at the growth of all the development that's coming down the pipe, could we not use some of our economic opportunity money? I think it's, what's in there, like 500,000? I think it's quite a bit. And it would be nice to get some more stuff for families, kids to do off-season stuff, for things for people to come to town in the off-season, like in the wintertime when they're snowmobiling, the kids can go play, outdoor skating. We can use it in the summertime as well, in the fall.
Yeah, I think it would be used year round. We can put basketball hoops up there and stuff. And I know with Silver Creek, their outdoor arena is used year round. And it's like we travel to Silver Creek to go skate outside, which sounds funny because we were always excited about getting the arena here when we got to skate indoors. And now we all want to skate outdoors again. Councilor Evans.
Not to mention street hockey.
Yes.
They would get used all summer.
Yeah.
The mayor.
Okay, thank you through the chair. Daryl, you looked into an outdoor rink, is that correct? Now, and with the freezer unit, because we're gonna need that here. Do you remember what the cost was to have that?
There was a bit of a scale. There's different manufacturers around. But north of 200.
So our EOF fund could cover some of it or most of it if necessary. Perhaps there's a fundraiser we could do or something, some grant funding or. I agree with Councillor Bushell. I would like to see the rink moved. Into.
And I agree with that too. I would like to see it. If we can afford it.
I love getting our kids unplugged and playing outside. And I think that's the healthy community.
For rec reserves, or we could do it. It's more staff capacity on, I'm trying to get a healing center up and running and then add on that, but I mean, we have get it going.
Staff, how do you feel?
That's
I mean, personally, I've looked at it for a couple of years and the most challenging thing is the location. So I had a couple of places in mind and I know we've talked about it in this room. We were thinking by the rec center in that by the curling rink. And then we explored with the hydro. There's a big need for big power for those little units. I didn't expect it to be 3-phase, but that's what they wanted. So we continue to explore. Maybe there's something other than single phase. We can bring some options back to council and then we'll nail down a location that makes sense and then we'll see if we can pursue it and get it done. Get it done this year.
And, I am the chair again. I guess the other thing about that is ongoing maintenance and do we need a Zamboni for it? Right? And what's it gonna cost? Because I mean, it's an awesome idea of having a rink, but someone's got to put it in and someone's got to maintain it. So I think that's the other thing we're gonna have to look. I would love to see this done in 2025, but I also think that it's not, you have to make ice and you have to maintain ice and you have to have someone who maintains ice and you need a machine who does that. So just throwing that out there too. I say, let's do it, but we got to make sure we have the money to do all that. That's fair.
Thank you through the chair. And Gord, you can probably answer this, maybe Daryl. Was there not the freezer unit at the rec center? Was there not plans for an outdoor arena somewhere near the rec center when the rec center was built? And was there not compensation or was there something? I seem to remember something about an outdoor rink.
There used to be one.
There used to be one?
Yeah. I got some history when I mentioned an outdoor rink to my father and there used to be one, I guess, before the current rink was built.
Was there refrigerant or just?
No,
No, I don't think so.
No, wasn't.
No, there was no refrigeration.
Okay.
Yeah,
Counselor Beach.
well, and also when we were promoting the skateboard park, we were also talking about an outdoor basketball court rink area that would be usable in addition to the skateboard park. So it did come up again, but not refrigerated like we're talking now.
Counselor Bailey.
I think we just have to leave it with Daryl and staff because, I mean, if it requires three-phase power, that's gonna be really pricey. And there's a few technical things that would stop us from doing it if we can't figure those pieces out. So I'd like to see it in this year. If possible. I think everyone would like to see that, but I think we just have to leave it with staff to see if some of these hurdles can be overcome.
Bianca and then CAO Dean.
They're also just, to note the EOF fund currently for non-committed is at, 528,000. So we could also put in a request for the EOF fund, some EOF fund monies for that.
Good.
Just one other comment, if we were gonna pursue grants, it would be too short a period of time to get grants for this year's project. So maybe we explore what the cost would be, come up with a plan and look to a 2026 project. We'll see how it sits once we've had more conversations with Daryl.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you through the chair.
Bianca, sorry, how much did we spend in the EOF last year, over the last couple of years? What has come out of the EOF maybe is in the last couple of years? Just other than the pump track.
There was some rail trail, Malaqua early learning. That was like pre-submitted back in 2022. Not a ton. Yeah, so rail trail development funding was September of 2021. Malaqua Community Learning Academy was July 2022, and then our pump track was January 2024. So the rail trail was committed for 232,000. The Malaqua Community Learning Academy was 325,000, and our pump track was 250,000.
Should we perhaps put in a request to use $250,000 for the from the EOF app?
You want to make a motion?
I certainly will.
Look at that.
Make a motion?
Yes, I think.
To the chair.
Write a letter to.
Daryl,
I,
make him panic.
the Eagles would be okay with taking a shot at the grant that they've applied on in the past. So I just got word that they could try to get some funding for that. I know we were denied the first year, but take another run at it and maybe that'll help.
Through, or, yes.
Thank you. So, and that's great.
I still would like to move forward with that because we're still going to need some reserves and some operating.
So perhaps that grant funding could go into some of that and some of the extras that we're gonna need, but I'd still like to make a motion that we use $250,000, or
I guess we have to draft a letter to Director Martin.
And then I've got Gord as a seconder. Any discussion? Mel, any discussion?
No, thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
I'm raising my hand.
Moving right along.
Okay, brought back for discussion, the food cycler. So, we do get, funding for climate action, projects. Which last year we, did the food cycler program, the pilot project where we sold 100 units. Just looking for interest if we want to do an additional, it's not really a pilot project anymore, another offering, similar to last year.
I kind of feel like it's ran its course. I think if people wanted it, they have the chance to get one. We've got it out there. We're working on it, and maybe there's something new in Ottawa this year, but that's just me. Anybody else got a comment?
Well, we've done a good job.
I agree too. I think we've done a great job. We've introduced it. We've got people hooked up on it. Now they can just order away because they've gone backup of how well it's working.
Okay. next is bioheat.
Okey dokey, that one, goes through that one,
Do
okay.
we need do we need to vote on, do we need?
No,
No, okay.
no, I just brought it forward, just, wanted to bite, but you didn't, so it's all good. Okay, so bioheat facility, this is just a, summary of where we're at. It's now been operating for, this is the second winter. So revenues, really fluctuates. We only have 2 connections to the bioheat facility. So it really fluctuates between how much they want, how hot they're making their building, and then also how cold it is outside. So, nothing earth shattering here. It brings in a little bit of net revenue of which we're reserve. Without additional connections, this will pretty much stay stagnant. But I think this one, we'll talk about more, I think. I think the bioheat is a bigger, discussion, but I can bring it forward as it is part of our budget and the financial plan.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you through the chair. Yeah, I think as long as we're not losing a ton of money, I think we're good. And there is still opportunity here to hook up. And one of the great things about this is for the folks that live in the area, the amount of smoke that the building that using the bioheat has reduced in, just for those homes through there. I think it's amazing. I think it's great for them. But yeah, I agree. It's a bigger conversation.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the big thing, to note why it's more of a bigger conversation is the net revenue that's currently getting put to reserve is not adequate to, for major maintenance that will be required, like not tomorrow or anything. But in the future, right now, that's not gonna be a sustainable net revenue getting put to reserve, not even close. So, that's why it's a bigger picture one, but this will be incorporated in our financial plan. That's why I wanted to just present it here at least.
Ian?
Yeah, I was gonna say that, like, we have to, it's like renting your car. You eventually have to put some maintenance into it. It's a new facility, but basically what we're doing is we're not putting enough into what we know is gonna be future maintenance. So somehow we're gonna have to make that up in future years, or the facility gets closed, right? Which, because it, I mean, really is something, and maybe we should be looking at what is the possibility of hooking up people? And if there is no possibilities, then be honest ourselves about that. And then having to reflect the true cost of what that heat should be, right? And I think we should do that this year because, I mean, what have we been running this for 2 years now?
Our contract should be up soon.
Yeah, I mean, you honestly can't, I totally agree with you. Like, we can't just make $10,000 on it or 11 or whatever it has been and say that's enough to do major maintenance on this. Like, it isn't even close. No, it's just gonna become a liability for the taxpayers. So I think the sooner we get on that, the better.
Or sold.
Well, yeah, oh, sure.
Sold.
I mean, yeah. there could-
Councillor Beach?
Yeah.
Oh, I just wondered if we had done an assessment of the cost of maintenance, like a realistic one. Do we have a figure?
It depends what breaks.
Mayor?
Thanks. I think we do need to, Dean, I think we do need to do a big picture of this and what it would cost to hook up other industrial park tenants to this facility, and if it's gonna be cost effective for us, because once our contract is up, we're gonna need to know what this is gonna cost and the cost to hook up and just the bigger picture when moving forward without them. So I think those are, before we make any decisions or paint it ugly, I think we just need to figure all that out.
What is the effective reserve for maintenance?
Yeah.
It's a bushel.
Yeah, and through the chair, I think maybe we haven't really looked at talking to the the commercial businesses over there to maybe some kind of incentive for them to hook up. I mean, there's some of them are putting the conduits in, but they're not hooking up. So how could we get them to hook up and start bringing some revenue, right? And if we make some more revenue, we can put some more into reserves.
Councilor Bailey.
Bianca, could you remind me, I know a lot of this was grant funded, but how much was the facility to build in the end? No?
Over $1 million.
Million two.
Yeah, of which taxpayers paid, I want to say it's 185-ish.
Yeah.
185 from us. Yeah, and the rest was grant. Okay.
And what we're getting quoted on for like an addition, for a connection, it's the 10 or 20K more than it would be to put in just a normal heating system.
Yes.
So the payment term, like how a lot of businesses are looking at it is like, you know, how does it repay for itself?
Yeah. And
yeah, unless like we don't, for this heat, you don't pay carbon tax, which is one of the things where if that this would pay for itself faster than, or right now, the payback period is very much, it's hard to determine for a lot of people based on like, how much heat am I actually gonna use to determine that payback period? We've done a bunch of calculations with potential tenants and they're like, it's gonna pay for itself in 15 years. That's too long.
Yeah.
So we'll work on that and work with Fink. And I mean, Revelstoke also has a facility, so.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you. I lost my train of thought here, sorry. As far as grant funding, can commercial businesses get some grant funding for a hookup? Like, is that a possibility? Can they? Like, I guess, can they, I guess, check into that? Because if they can get, you know, grant funding for 10 grand or 15 grand to hook up to bioheat. I mean, at the end of the day, electricity is super expensive and propane keeps going up. So, I mean, bioheat, it has to be cost effective somehow. So it'd be like, you know what? It would be like putting solar panels on your roof, you know, it would cost me 40 grand. Well, that's a lot of electrical bills that I need to go through to, you know, pay for but eventually there is I don't know,
We may be able to explore some grant opportunities for expanding the infrastructure. Energy opportunities around that. It's not a new facility, so it'll be advancing expansion of infrastructure for greater servicing. We'll see what grants are about.
Perfect, thank you.
Hey, I think we're done, are we, Bianca?
Oh, one more.
Oh,
this was just a late, we don't have to go in super big detail. I just want to make sure it's brought to everyone's attention. So, because the CSRD requisition, draft 1 was presented end of January. Draft 2 is hot off the press on their website. So this document, it's 111 pages long. So I don't have to go through today, obviously, and it's not technically our budget, so I wouldn't be able to answer all the questions anyways. But I've just tried to lay it out for council. You can go through. So I've linked it to the CSRD website, which is where you can find all sorts of documents on how they do their budget and everything like that. Upcoming CSRD meetings. Tomorrow or Thursday, sorry. Thursday is their next committee of the whole, and that's where they talk budgets. That's where they'll be talking about draft 2 and those changes. March 12th, CSRD staff are scheduled to come and present to council. And then March 20th is when the CSRD's financial plan is set to be approved. So that's where they take any of the changes and approve it, just like we do with our financial plan. March 20th. So in this document, I've included, I did a table of contents because it's 111 pages long. So draft 2, hot off the press, I've added in. This is CSRD prepared document. So anything that DOS staff has summarized, I've just stamped it. We've summarized it, just so you know, it's a document that we prepared just to differentiate to. Draft 1 is here. Summary of changes between draft 1 and 2. Not significant. The two big changes are the removal of Shuswap tourism and the film commission. So pretty specific numbers there, over 40,000. You'll find a comparative, so, I went through our previous requisitions, since 2019 to just see where all these different functions have gone over the last, 5+ years. So you can see that, just some history. Also, all the different areas, so, of course, being a part of the CSRD, there's all of our electoral areas and then our municipalities. So each service that Sicamous pays for within the CSRD's requisition is summarized here. I've put all of Sicamous at the top, just to kind of clump everything that we're responsible for up top. And this just outlines how different things are paid for, who the participating areas are in each service. So you can see that breakdown. And then from there, each of our functions, we've included if there's any applicable bylaws that relate to that service, what the historical requisition has been for Sicamous, and how the draft 1 requisition was broken out. I would have done draft 2, but it's too hot off the press. So this is draft 1, and I mean, not huge changes. So if you scroll down here, CSRD's budget is included. And yeah, so this is for all the different functions. Any additional information has been attached. Then one's like, I'm just gonna scroll down one more. One's like solid waste, the applicable bylaws have also been attached. So it's just a very thorough document, light read on our CSRD requisition, just in preparation of them coming on March 12th. And if anyone has any pressing questions that you feel would be best to just kind of like provide them in advance of them coming on the 12th, please forward those to our CAO so he can ask some questions in advance. And with that,
Hey, Councillor Bushel.
Yes, through the chair, I wanted to ask a couple things about bylaws. On their long-term debt, District of Sicamous owes $6,790,000. What are those 3 bylaws? Bylaw 90, 85, 9102, and 9104. Do we know what that long-term debt is?
which for
It's-
rail trail or what?
No, it's not, it's just because we're a member of municipality. Like I just found ours 6.7 million and Woodland's only 1.4. So I thought, why is ours, and they have 3 bylaws. 3 different bylaws, so they're.
Which page are
That's just,
you
what page are we looking at?
It's just, it's on their financial notes of
Okay, just on their
the
page.
financial statement. It's a long-term debt, so it's something you don't see very often. I
Okay,
couldn't figure out why we were like 6.7 million and they were only 1.4. And I'm thinking, what did we, it's not the rec center, because the rec center's been paid for.
and you're comparing to which municipality, sorry?
Like Golden.
There's rail trail on there, would be one of the large ones.
Couldn't be them. Anyway, just,
that's.
I'll give you the bylaw numbers. I was just curious of what they were. It just seemed awful high. And then also in regards to bylaws, we have bylaws, and thanks for putting those all together because I kind of went through them all. But there's 3 at the top, government, the general government one, the admin and IT, and also the feasibility reserve. Do they have bylaws?
To my understanding, no. And I think Sarah would be able to speak better to it, but those are a part of the regional district as a, like being a part of the regional district. And I don't know if Dean wants to touch on that.
That's correct. So it wouldn't be a borrowing bylaw.
No, these are expenses bylaws.
Those are just part of the standard requisition budget for the annual.
So just curious.
Yeah.
Because there is the feasibility reserve, which isn't a lot, which we get, but I'm wondering, have we ever accessed? Because I know feasibility reserve, maybe it's feasibility study on a dredging that we were gonna do on the channel. We could draw on that because they have a reserve account. And can we draw on that reserve, or have we ever drawn down on that reserve account for a feasibility study? That's why I was wondering if there's a bylaw, because you don't know what it's for.
So we can certainly reach out to the CSRD staff and find out what that feasibility reserve is for and what the terms around it.
Perfect, perfect. Because once you start reading these, and that's why I asked for them, is none of us have ever looked at them. And then you start looking at them and you go, holy moly, like, I mean, some of these are so old, like there's, some of them have max, like the airport one has a maximum amount you can, and we're like way over that. So, you know, so they should be all reviewed. And there's nothing the matter with reviewing them a 5-year term. Because, you know, we wouldn't end up in a situation like we are in the rec center if we were reviewing them every 5 years. Right? So just a thought.
Counselor Bailey.
Okay, well, here's something into the weeds here a little bit. The Annis Bay Fire Protection, we're getting about 14,000, but I see it's on here for 16,269 as part of their budget requisition, Area E. So I just wonder why, I mean, a little technical. I wonder why there's a discrepancy in that. Does it actually not all the money come to us to look after Annis? The only reason I looked at it was because we had some discussion about it today, but yeah, the requisition for Area E is 16,269. And I believe what we were receiving for the fire protection for us to do it was 14,000 some month. So there's a discrepancy of a couple thousand. Like I said, a little bit in the weeds, but I just went to look, but it doesn't seem to match up. Maybe there's a reason for it.
Madam Mayor?
Maybe part of it, and I'm just guessing, maybe part of it goes to Malaco Fire Department as well, like maybe there's some.
Annis?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a question, maybe pose that as a question to them, since they want to have some.
And I imagine because it is a CSRD service, there's an overall cost of the service, even though they're administering the district of Sycamore to do fire protection, there'll be an overall cost because it is a service that they do. So they are going to have a portion that they would charge to their overall services as an overall district, even though the actual delivery of the service is being provided with somebody has to administer the contract.
Oh, so it's probably for administration.
Administration, okay.
Okay.
Malcolm? There, Mel?
Yeah, yes, thank you for recognizing me. Yeah, I'm just wondering about the regional airport. Is it mandatory that we pay into that? And what are we getting on return on investment for that?
Always been the question.
That one does have a bylaw, an old bylaw, but there is a bylaw on that one. And I'll pass it to Gord because he's the expert, I think, on that topic. Just
tell us about the airport.
You ever try to get a hangar out there, you might as well forget it. You have to be willed into the family. Because they're only paying for a hangar $64 a month to rent a hangar.
Oh, for
we pay for it. The owner, the people that rent it from Salmon Arm. See, Salmon Arm, CSRD requisitions for the Salmon Arm for the airport because it's a regional service.
Right.
The Salmon Arm doesn't do an invoice to all of us. It goes through the CSRD, right? So I've tried to get a hangar out there for 3 years and I can't get one. And I almost had one, but it got, anyway, it's a long story. I started doing my homework and they're not paying anything out there for rental. And I went to the city manager, Salmon Arm, who I've been dealing with. And I said, it's outrageous. I mean, you can't even get a bicycle storage locker in Sycamoose for $64 a month. And here you're charging them like $630 a year for a hangar. And it says, and that the rest we're paying it. He pays and Sorrento pays and everybody pays for this airport. And it should be a cost to these people that are trying to rent hangars. And try to get a hangar, you can't get one because they're willed to the families almost. It's just impossible to get one. So we're trying to build one, which is another disaster. Because they haven't been serviced, they don't have any place to to build them until the services get put in, which takes forever. And so, yeah, we're gonna try to do a proposal here and build some hangar, or build a hangar, or build some hangars there. But it's a real weird situation, and that's why I asked for the servicing establishment bylaw, because in there, the maximum requisition in there is like, it was 1992, and then it went up to 16,000 in 1993. And I mean, last year we paid, yeah, 23,000.
This year's down.
And this year's down. It's great that it's coming down, but it's
$9,000 down.
these things need to be looked at every once in a while, because they're just outdated and I mean, I think there's a couple other ones in there that were paying over the maximum requisition amount. And you wonder where it goes.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Gord, for looking into that, because it has been a thorn in our side for a long time, and it took someone to go dig it out. And perhaps staff could look at those agreements, and in this one, as an example, it is going down, but perhaps we look at the rest of them as well and have that conversation. And if we could do it prior to budget, could we do it prior to? I mean, they're coming in, how many is there? Like, how many agreements? 9?
I think is there 9? There's a lot.
Well, there's one for every one, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11.
Only read 9.
Oh, maybe it's not.
15 of them?
This year, not this year, but I
Yeah,
think
it
for
might be.
next year, we should really work with
Prior.
SRD.
You got a week.
Thanks, Steve.
Leave it for the weekend. Yeah.
Don't need to say.
And they're,
And then one other thing I noticed is on the reserves, there's a reserve for everything. And I'm not sure what they're doing with tourism Shuswap, but there's a reserve there too. So what happens to that reserve? Like when they shut down EDC, you keep paying into it. Does that money go back? The reserve, I don't know. Just curious.
Let's see, Bianca. Did you have a comment?
I sneezed and it left.
Madam Mayor?
Right now, they're looking at, they do need to pay out some folks and get some stuff sorted out, but they recognize that there may be some money coming back, so.
Councillor Bailey.
I can ask them this question too, but I just to staff, just for my memory, the requisition for the rail trail, the 117,609. I mean, everyone knows it's not open. What was that again? Why is it that amount every year? I thought eventually it should go down, or it doesn't go down. I mean, I'm just, what's that 117,000 for? Is it for our kilometer of maintenance, or?
So that amount, many people have probably already seen it kind of in the media. They're gonna be having to elaborate, I think, a bit more on the rail trail costs.
I'm just trying to get, what are we responsible for? Yeah.
We're responsible for our third, that's right, where's this rail trail? Yeah, there we go. The agreement, and then we are responsible for 30%
Of the
of the
entire maintenance.
not the entire maintenance. So I just want to make sure
Yeah, that's why I asked the question.
say, because we dove into this last year and just look up. So if you ever ask someone, I think we did a really good job last year of kind of summarizing a bit of information about just the financial overview. So right now, how it is capital right now is being split 50-50 between CSRD and RDNO, depending on the grant and funding mechanism in place. Maintenance costs are to be split 46, 46, 8. So RDNO, CSRD splats in. of this 46% of maintenance costs,
Oh,
then it comes down to our service establishment bylaw, which for our purposes is that's where we get our 30%. RDNO did a different split for their 46%. They did it on the assessment values.
right.
So theirs kind of fluctuates depending on assessment in the different areas, but ours is at this split.
Okay, all right, so just to have this correct, so 46% of 30% of the 46% we're responsible for. And that comes to 117,000. Wow.
$47 a household.
So then I guess to extrapolate that, so the maintenance cost or whatever to keep it up the trail as it is now is 750, 800,000, somewhere in there?
Yes. Sorry.
There, I guess. Okay.
So there is, in that requisition is also the debt servicing for it.
Right.
So you do have of that amount for interest, so 108,000 of the total expenditures is for debt.
Okay.
It's a portion of that, and then you have contracts for 74,000, or general admin 30, 20 legal. And then different projects in there, which would all be good questions for when they come, or possibly Colleen on Thursday might grab some additional information at the committee of the whole. I'm not sure if this is gonna get dived into on Thursday, but.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the refresher.
And one of my questions would be, before they come, is we've got about $50,000 in administration fees that we pay towards the CSRD. And I'm wondering if that's something that, you know, like we pay $1,700 or $1,400 the SPCA. Can we just cut them a check? Can we just write, like, what are they administrating for 50 grand? Like, that's a lot of administration fees. And are there things that we can maybe do some of it in-house and bring those numbers down? I don't know if that's possible or not, but it's a pretty big number, where a lot of the things are smaller, like $23,000 to the airport. We just write a check. We're not going to the airport. We're not doing anything at the airport. You know, the rail trail obviously has a lot more different moving parts. Same with the SPCA. They don't touch us really. You know, can we just cut a check and drive it out? I don't know. But 50 grand in advance seems like a lot of money to me. Yes, Bianca.
Just on like the SPCA and search and rescue. So that piece is grant and aid. So just for a little bit of information, for example, the SPCA, City of Salmon cuts the SPCA a check. They're not a part, they decided not to be a part of the service. They decided to do it on their own. So there is those options but we would have to request to get out of the service and do all those steps. So it's not a 2025 thing, but for 2026. Yeah, well, it'll all come down to the wording in that agreement and how we could potentially do it on our own.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions regarding CSRD? Oh,
Yeah, and just on the rail trail, is Phil coming on that, for that meeting, or just to see us, just Jody?
Just Jody and John.
Just Jody, oh, okay, yeah. Like when you look at the agreement that they made for the rail trail, and it tells you how much everybody pays in there, it does say in there, and I talked to Bianca about this, within the boundaries. And this is where Sycamoose ended up with a 30%, which is pretty high for Sycamoose, having the rail trail not go through our community. It's on the other side of the channel. I know it's supposed to start in the community, but we'll probably have to pay for that. But it says within the boundaries of the CSRD. And when you start saying, well, so somebody's got to pay 40% or 45%, somebody's got to pay 45%, Splatson pays this amount. Legally, within the boundaries, within the CSRD boundaries, it's not outside the boundaries. And the rail trail only goes 8 to 9 kilometers in the boundary of the CSRD. So CSRD is picking up a major portion of 40 something kilometers outside the CSRD, which is the north. So even this document should be reviewed, and don't get me wrong, I love the rail trail. I walk on it all the time. I think it's gonna be huge for us. But even this document is 7 years old and it should be reviewed, because it's, already, if you even look at the last council meeting or board meeting at the CSRD, other directors are concerned of the cost, because we're into it. The rail trail's not even open and we're paying 117,000. And that's just us. Now you got Area E and Sorrento and everybody else is paying into it. It should be reviewed too.
Bianca.
Just on that note, so this wording, the bylaw, staff has inquired from the CSRD, so that could be something that we ask them to touch on at the next meeting, highlight that. Because we haven't had a formal reply on the wording yet.
Okay.
And
Bailey.
if staff have time, before this next meeting, is just how much, like the total amount have we contributed to the rail trail so far? Because this was the same amount last year, and like, I guess just how much has it been for maintenance? Because, that's different from constructing it, the maintenance part of it. Because I think last year, what was last year's requisition?
It's only gone up $2,000.
Right, so it's roughly running about 115,000 a year or somewhere around there, or how many years?
Last year was 1 second, actually. I did that 5-year summary.
Oh, you,
I should have the information.
okay,
Sorry, just to add to that, I think this is going into reserves right now.
oh, this money is going into the rail trail reserve, okay.
Yeah.
So it's not
Funding is still paying for the trail. That hasn't changed. This is just going into reserves.
reserves for,
Maintenance eventually,
that's a lot of maintenance.
So,
bathrooms, like all that stuff, I think that is gonna be.
Oh,
so it was about 56,
so it was 56 in 2021?
and since 2019, we're about there. And then last year was when our big jump happened to 115, and then we're at 117.
So. There's not a total there, but
No,
okay. It's yeah, it's up there. So all of that has gone into reserves
I think that was.
and debt,
like
debt servicing.
these first few years was a lot of mainly debt. From the.
Okay.
Yeah.
That kind of looks like approaching, I want to say 500K, maybe 450.
And then our grant for 232 that we tossed in.
We're at 900
Is that what it is?
950,000 if you look at all our grant money and our annual.
Maybe that's a good question, is we can just see how much those reserves are. If we're paying 117,000 and it's going to, I guess, part debt servicing. And then future needs, or I don't know. Yeah.
I think,
Madam Mayor,
thank you through the chair. I really think that those are questions that we as a team need to ask. It is really hard to get involved in these conversations when you're sitting at a table with, and I get that we do need to ask questions.
Yeah.
That there's other areas, but when Jody and John come here, these are really questions that we get the focus on, right?
Yeah.
We get to ask those questions and get our answers and not get convoluted. Caught up in everything, right?
Sounds good.
anybody else? We lost Mel.
Oh, I think he's still there.
You good, Mel? Good. Bianca, are we good?
At that point, public input.
Okay, there we go. Now we are going to move into public input.
Can I just start by that you're not doing any more contract funding, like ongoing funding, however, there's being in there for the next 2 years for the 2025, 2026?
Yeah, so Eagle Valley Arts Council with they entered into a 5-year agreement a couple of years ago. Yes, and then for seniors, there's $4,000 still in there and 2,000 unspecified in the current, yeah. Yeah,
Thank you.
Any other public input today?
Anyone?
Anybody online? Oh, thank you for coming. Do we have anyone online?
Just Mel? Is Mel the only person, is Mel the only person in town who's interested in our finances?
This is working.
everyone else's staff, we have Sheila, Visitor Center, and Luke from,
Yeah, and a packed house.
yeah.
They obviously trust.
That would
Sure.
be a good job. Going with this. That's what I take from this.
Okay, so I'm gonna call a 10-minute break and then we're gonna move in camera.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Huh.
Having fun.
Lunch.
Nothing.